Alright, welcome back everybody to another episode of me fumbling around trying to find some lore footage for Dark Souls 3. Nice to see all of you again. Kerm the Derm, George Clowney, welcome in, and thank you for joining the channel and subscribing, or whatever YouTube really calls it. And thanks for showing off some of those new emotes that we've got going on. Yeah. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about the patches one. I think it's okay. I might need to get that redone, but I really do like how the doll kind of ended up turning out. But yeah. Yesterday we finished off with the Abyss Watchers, and we're about to head into the Carthus Catacombs. I thought there was something I wanted to do before going in there. Maybe return to the shrine and up? Or talk to the NPCs? Something along those lines. So yeah, actually, I did have a bit of free time, so I went back and looked at some of the differences between the English and Japanese for some of the items, and just to gather some of my thoughts about some of the subjects we've already covered. So just to clarify, yesterday I was a bit mistaken when I said that the giant catacombs in Dark Souls 1 is called like the Gods Giant, or the Giant Gods Catacombs. I was kind of misremembering that and kind of swapping it around with what the Crystal Ember says. So to clarify that, it's more like it's the Gods Giants Catacombs, or Gods Sleeping Giants Catacombs. It's kind of a mouthful, but basically the catacombs belong to the gods, and it may house their sleeping giants, is what it could be trying to say. So, Amir Chalet, welcome back into the stream. It's nice to see you again as well. It's going pretty well. I'm just starting out. And so, going with that, mention of the catacombs belonging to the gods is made a bit more explicit in some of the items related to Nito. I think it was his spells. I don't remember off the top of my head. I should have written that down in my notes here, but I didn't. And so, with the Crystal Ember, it says in English that it's the giant god who smiths the embers or the weapons of the gods. But the Japanese for it is more specifically that it's the god's giant smith. So the giant smith isn't necessarily God himself. So my apologies if that caused any confusion yesterday, but hopefully clarifying will help us in the future. So aside from that, I also did look at some of the terms used for like the magic and pyromancy again. So I was right to when I recalled that pyromancy is called jujutsu. So the character for pyromancy, like the first one, Ju means curse, like I had said, and so I went back and checked out what the conjurator is, and it's like a Noroishi, and Noroi is more like the native reading for Ju or curse. So a conjurator more literally would be like a curse master or curse expert. So that's kind of where that came from. Flame sorcery is Hono no Majutsu, and Majutsu is what they use for sorcery, so it's more like a flame sorcery, which is exactly what it sounds like. I think in the Demon Fire Sage's Catalyst, they call it flame arts, but that was more like flame sorceries, I guess. And so, aside from that, they do call sorcerers themselves Majutsushi, so that kind of ties them together, like Majutsu, and then the shi is a suffix, which just denotes that it's a master, teacher, and expert of a craft. So, going back to some of the larger themes, with pyromancy being related to curses, that does make me wonder if curses are inseparable from pyromancy. I mean, obviously to a certain extent, but the term is a little bit disambiguated in Japanese now, so it could just kind of mean like a more nondescript magic. But I think in the context of Dark Souls, it's supposed to evoke the idea that the power that the pyromancers are drawing from is more related to curses in general. And I know Dark Souls 2 plays around with that concept a lot more. My current thoughts for now is perhaps curses are a form of life, or a way of saying life. So yeah, it's really hard for me to like really pin my thoughts down on that. It'll probably take a bit of time and might be like deserving of its own like focused video. I'm sure that some other people must have looked at it as well, but hopefully like being able to tie it in a bit more directly with the language might be something that people would be interested in. So going on with like the whole curses being related to life, one other aspect towards pyromancy that I think is relevant in that regard, and hopefully this will tie it in together a bit more sharply, would be that in multiple descriptions, like the flame is equated to desire, or the fire is equated to desire. And so one of the features of it is that like humans cannot touch the fire, and that's part of like the pyromancy descriptions. I think Laurentius says it in Dark Souls 1, although that might be a bit more gated behind Japanese. I don't fully remember that. Like even though like people can't touch the flame, they're still drawn to it. They still have that kind of desire, and that ties directly into Dark Souls 2 with like the Throne of Want and that whole theme of like yearning and wanting. So I would, just for like the sake of clarity, I don't think it like completely works out in the Japanese, like, but I would just try to maybe have like kept it a bit stronger overall between the games. I don't blame the localizers whatsoever because it is inconsistent in Japanese, but maybe I would have just kept like the whole theme of desire as opposed to want. But I mean, obviously they're like synonyms, but a few things just kind of get lost in the inconsistency at times. So being able to just kind of tie it to one concept and have that be present in multiple things just makes it a little bit more explicit. Of course, that's just kind of my personal take on it. I know a lot of people don't necessarily want that kind of thing going on in the future. So Valentine Parkour Gaming, welcome in. You say, yo Lass, you love my videos, keep up the amazing work, or always-ing work. Okay, thank you very much. It's nice to have you in the stream. I hope you guys enjoy. So yeah, today we will be going to the Carthus Catacombs. Oh, but before that, I did have a few other notes. So I did end up looking back at the Majestic Greatsword, because I know we kind of talked about that a little bit, and about how all of their users were left-handed. So I did look at this description, I don't even remember when, quite a while ago, and I did make a note on it in my spreadsheet that left-handedness can be like a kind of, what's the word? I can't think of it. Like a double entendre to mean like drunk. So the whole idea is if a person is writing with their left hand, like cursive or their handwriting, if they're writing with their left hand, it's going to look sloppy as crap. So that's kind of a joke in Japanese culture, where it's like this person looks as though they're left-handed, aka writing with their left hand, which is another way of saying like it's so sloppy it seems like they're drunk. So drunkenness and left-handedness, I guess, went hand in hand back then, and that wasn't meant to be a pun, but oh well, just deal with it, I guess. So yeah, the Majestic Greatsword could be a joke reference about someone being fond of alcohol, because alcoholism was associated with the left hand, I suppose. And so, aside from that, I did look at the Yol thing, and it kind of blew my mind just how obtuse I was being. Like, sometimes I swear I have, like, acute dyslexia where I don't really read things fully, or I don't process it. So I'll attribute part of it to being, like, that he says dark sign in English, so I guess my brain just always interpreted that as dark sigil. So, no, he very clearly says in English that it's the power of the dark sign itself which allows him to give us the sigil. I mean, he doesn't say it quite like that, but it is very clear nonetheless. But for some reason, like, just me looking at the Japanese and seeing, like, Dark Ring, I was like, oh, wait, no, this is a completely different thing. So, yeah, no. It seems like what Yol is able to do is because the Unkindled One has a dark sign. So, presumably, anybody who has a dark sign might be able to get the dark sigils. And that has made me wonder if, as some other people in chat have brought up, that maybe their dark sign was cauterized after they became an Ashen One, and that's why it doesn't work like for the other undead. And so maybe Yol putting in the dark sigil kind of like restores it to its original shape, and that's why we begin to hollow, even though we don't really get humanity anymore. So that's a little bit of rambling. Devlin Teeling, welcome back to the stream. You said, Carthus is an interesting place. What's up, man? Watching on PS more, so you can't comment. Keep it up. So, okay, thank you very much. Also, as a left-handed person, society was not nice to us. Yeah, indeed. Michael Monona, welcome back to the stream. It's nice to see you again. And, yeah. What else was there? Amir Chalat, you have to leave already. That's fine, man. I hope you have a good day or a good session at work. And thank you for the good luck. Have a good day. Yeah, so I think that's pretty much it for my notes for now. So now we can talk to the Firekeeper. Okay. I haven't talked to Egon yet. Aegon, whatever. A real cool pose there. A little bit hard to see him.
Ah, I know you. Been some time. I just dropped in to see how she's getting on. Now, what are you playing at with this circus? This cesspool of doddering old folk and degenerates? Couldn't be better. She must fit in perfectly here.
Pretty straightforward. Dude's kind of an asshole, but whatever.
This place is a cesspool of doddering old folk and degenerates. Couldn't hope for better. She must fit in perfectly here.
Pretty straightforward. I'll go see if Irina has anything different to say. I don't think she will, but who knows. I actually need to get close to...
Oh, Champion of Ash, welcome back. Do you wish to hear a tale? You only have to ask. You know, in my home of Karim, I was a nun.
Alright, that's pretty much the same stuff.
Terrible.
Let me check what tomes I actually have, because I can still give her stuff. I might just do it all at once later on, though. That might be smarter. Oh, yeah, and we did get the Pyromancy tome. Did I read this? No, I don't think I did. Okay, so I think that's the only one I didn't read. Oh, yeah, we did kill the Abyss Watchers, so we did get the Cinders of Alord for that one. So these are Cinders of Alord left by the Abyss Watchers. The Lords will not return to the thrones themselves. Let them return as cinders. The Watchers of the Abyss swore upon their shared wolf's blood, which also served as their mandate as lords. So, I think the English might be a little bit confusing. It takes a little bit of reading into it to really understand what it means, I think, but you can still figure it out. Yeah, it's definitely the fact that they shared in the wolf's blood, which kind of made them surrogates as lords. And if we look closely, it almost looks like it's a crown at first, but if you look in the background, you can see like the two little skulls to the sides. So it's really just like a small group of the Watchers' skulls like put together, which kind of looks like a crown, which might be befitting of a lord, I suppose. So that's kind of a cool little visual tie-in. And we already read that one. So I'll check this out and then read chat. So this is a Pyromancy tome from the Great Swamp containing advanced pyromancies. Give to the Old Master Pyromancer to learn advanced pyromancies of the Great Swamp. Spells of the Great Swamp are passed down from master to pupil. Without a master, there is no pupil, but without a pupil, there is also no master. Pretty straightforward. I like that kind of description, but okay. Yeah, I think I'll just hold on to like all the spell books up until later. I don't think there's a pressing need to give them to anybody, but if somebody knows better, please let me know. So I'll give Andre the cull, and I'll read chat beforehand. And then I'll talk to this guy again. So, Ramus, welcome back in. You said stream time. Blue Mew, nice to see you. I've noticed your comments on my videos lately. I haven't read your last one. I was a little bit pressed for time, but thank you for commenting on those. So, Dark Souls 3, a smoker's allegory. Thank you. Michael Monona says you'll always come back. Sweet. Scott, welcome back to the stream. It's nice to see you again, as well as you, Chesterness. Welcome in, everybody. So, there was some pretty interesting talk, so if you guys want to go back and check the VOD after the stream, I do recommend it, because I did look at some of the stuff from the previous streams that I wanted to bring back into a different context.
Ah, there you are, unkindled one. I am pleased to have a pupil as dedicated as you.
New gesture.
Oh, we'll need a pyromancy tome to learn more advanced pyromancies. Though unorthodox, that would be the most expedient way to make progress. If this were the Great Swamp, and you had the luxury of time, we could have trained you the hard way. To learn pyromancies, you must vow to become my pupil. I know, but such is the way of the world. Respect your elders and so on. And pyromancy, of course, is no exception.
We've already got that one. So Gabriel, welcome back into the stream. It's nice to see you again. May as well talk to all the NPCs, since we just killed a boss, and sometimes that can trigger different dialogue. Like we just got that gesture, for instance. Orbeck. So I did look at his descriptions, or some of his item descriptions as well. It's his soul that will specify that he became the spy to get into the Vinheim's Dragon School. Yeah.
Back again, I see. I suppose this means you're after sorceries. I don't mean to seem overbearing, but have you forgotten anything?
So Kerm asks, is the magic worth it in Dark Souls? Hashtag Dark Souls 3. So I've never actually done a magic build. I don't know. It just seems like it'd be a little bit annoying to me, but I really should give it a try sometime. I just kind of like the whole melee combat. I do know like a lot of people use it. We saw Ramus totally wreck the Abyss Watchers yesterday, so it definitely does have value for sure. Maybe I should go at an angle just because he's got a kind of scary face when you look up close.
Ah, well met. 'Tis good to see ye in good health. What needs smithing this day? Well, well. What's the Undead Legion doing with a cold such as this? I'd heard one of the Crystal Sages had sided with Farron's Abyss Watchers. I suppose it must be true. You should know, this coal is imbued with magic. First one I've ever seen. Hardly a surprise, is it? I've never been one for books or wise men. Oh, by the by, if you find they would there, huh?
Pretty sure that was everything, but let's go ahead and reinforce the gigantic greatsword for the hell of it. Oh yeah, I don't have enough Titanite shards because we undid the save.
Pretty be careful.
I think Rayrat, maybe this isn't the time for it, but he might have a new quest.
Oh, hello, you're back. And in one piece. Well, now it's time I do my part, huh? You can keep the ring.
No, I guess not.
As...
I've got a decent amount of souls right now. But I don't really think there's anything I want to buy, so I'm not too worried about it for now.
Good.
And then Yuria as well. I don't believe she'll say anything different, but just for the sake of completion. And if anybody knows if I need to do like Leonhard's quest or Sirius's quest, please let me know, because that's a little bit of my fault for not being a little bit more careful with it. I don't especially need the footage, but if we're going to go through the trouble, may as well try for it.
Speak thy desire, honorable Lord of Hollows. Orbeck of Vinheim is a cause of much consternation. If
Ramu
left
says
alone,
that
for-
Fedric is a Dex magic hybrid. Okay. We've already looked at all these items, so okay.
Till we meet again.
We got the Hawkwood back again. I always want to call him the Crestfallen Knight, even though they are different characters. Damn it, not even close enough anymore. Okay.
You offed the Lords of Cinder, the Undead Legion. So that's how they're delivered to their thrones. I pity the sorry souls. Is that really Lordship's last reward? I failed to thank you for helping them find their final resting place.
We get the Farron ring, so perhaps he was related to the what are they called? The Undead Legion? No, that like the Abyss Watchers. I can't. The Farron Legion, whatever. Oh, need to talk.
I pity the sorry souls. Is that really Lordship's last reward?
So, yeah, that's pretty straightforward. Let's go ahead and check out that ring. So, this is a ring given to the Undead Legion of Farron. Oh, so I was right. Okay. Reduces skill FP consumption. The Abyss Watchers, for their hunting, required a sword technique that went beyond any existing art. Wolf's Blood provided just that, and this ring further extends the effect. Pretty cool stuff. I don't really use a lot of the skills, to be honest, so I'm not really used to how the FP system works, other than like with how it interacts with magic. So that's pretty much it for now. We can talk to Ludleth. Maybe he has special dialogue? I don't fully remember. And we could also see what the Abyss Watcher's soul... Oh, I should probably read that before... Yeah, so, Soul of the Blood of the Wolf, for sure. So, Ramus says you never like the Mephistopheles-esque quest lines because you don't like killing the NPCs. So the Dark Souls 2 assassination quest letting you cheat is good. Yeah, I understand like not wanting to kill the NPCs. Like I forgot that in order to access the tower, unless you did like the tree jump trick, you pretty much have to kill Arena for the tower cell key, which is kind of interesting. It's like why the hell would she even have that? But who knows? So Scott said, wait, you missed some of yesterday's stream. Where are you in terms of progress and where are you going next? So we just offed the Abyss Watchers and we just did the Crystal Sage before that. So I guess we could go to the Cathedral of the Deep. That might be the smarter choice for now. Yeah, because I think Henri will be over there before going to going through Karthus. Because, yeah, she needs to go there first, and then through Karthus you find... Okay, yeah. So I guess we're going to go back to the Cathedral of the Deep, which is perfectly fine. I just didn't really think about it. I just like to go to Karthus, so I was like, Abyss Watchers, Karthus, okay. So, Ramus says, you like how Hawkwood has a similar quest line to the original Oscar line. And Devlin says, he's a runaway, remember, must feel some form of guilt for leaving, and pity for them, pity for himself, as he would have ended up that way too. That's fair. That's a fair point. God of Spaghetti, welcome back in. You say Goss, or some say Cosm. I totally misread that first time. Majestic. You can wait until you meet Patches. Okay, yeah. Okay. Oh, did I even read this? Okay. Yeah, so Soul of the Blood of the Wolf, one of the twisted souls steeped in strength. Used to acquire numerous souls or transposed to extract its true strength. The blood was spread amongst the Abyss Watchers, and their souls are one with the soul of the Wolf Blood Master. Pretty cool stuff. Pretty straightforward. Let's go ahead and talk to Ludleth, whatever.
Aha, thou art returned, and a fine day it is. So,
happened upon any twisted souls? Ah, most illustrious Lord Seeker, or should I say, Lord Slayer? Fine kindling for the thrones, is it not? Each soul truly worthy of lordship. And all slain by thy hand, to bind them to their thrones, even in death. Oh, I have no qualms, for as we are to our thrones, thou art to thy duty. In fact, methinks thou'st helped these poor lords along their rightful path.
That final line shouldn't be too surprising, because we do know that Ludleth did choose to link the flame, so he would naturally be... Well, I guess not naturally, because the others are kind of rebelling now. But yeah, he does choose the side of the fire, and so he kind of indirectly pushes the player to that direction somewhat, but I don't know, it's a bit weird later on, and we'll talk about that more later. So God of Spaghetti says, the Abyss Watchers are tied to Artorias, right? So yes, that is the general belief because of like the Wolf Blood Covenant. So presumably with the Undead Legion being found in what was once Ulasil, that the whole legacy of Artorias and Sif is carried on through the Wolf Blood Master, which the Abyss Watchers have taken the blood from. So whether or not that means like the Wolfblood Master had Artorias' blood and or Sif's blood is a bit questionable, I suppose, but I think that's a fair assumption, just kind of on the whole lineage thing that is really prevalent in a lot of the Dark Souls games as well as Japanese media in general. I don't think Ludleth has anything else to say.
Ah, most illustrious Lord Seeker.
So we can... Oh yeah, we also got the Crystal Sage.
Now.
Am I doing a really bad job of just remembering to read things? I think so. So the twin Crystal Sages once served as spiritual guides to the scholars of the Grand Archives, and one went on to ally with the Undead Legion. So pretty straightforward, and then like that kind of just gets reconfirmed with Andre's dialogue there. And... Oh, okay, I didn't even read this one. Wow. What else? Okay. So, Soul of the Dancer. It's the Pontiff Sullivan bestowed a double slashing sword upon a distant daughter of the formal royal family. Weird that it says formal royal family instead of like former, but I guess it's the same difference. So let me just restart that. So the Pontiff Sullivan bestowed a double slashing sword upon a distant daughter of the formal royal family, ordering her to serve first as a dancer and then as an outrider knight, the equivalent to exile. So depending on how you want to read Sullivan, he could have done such a thing to kind of cement his authority and potentially remove himself of a threat or somebody who could challenge that authority. Okay.
Aha, thou returned.
So this is unique sorcery developed by the extraordinary preacher twins known as the Crystal Sages. Cast a cascade of small crystal soul masses from above. Crystal soul masses have piercing qualities. In a pact said to have been formed long ago, one of the sages allied with the Undead Legion in order to train the sorcerers of Faerun. And that was obviously from the Crystal Sage. This is from the Stray Demon. It's Boulder Heave, Art of a Stray Demon of Stifled Flame. Spews a boulder from one's mouth. The boulder is heavy but shatters easily. Does this say... Okay, it's Pyromancy. So yeah, I was wondering if art, like what that would be in Japanese, but if like the Demon Sage is said to use like flame arts, I figured it'd probably be related to Pyromancy, so that is pretty consistent, I think. But this is from the Dancer, Soothing Sunlight, special miracle granted to the maidens of the Princess of Sunlight. Restores a large amount of HP for self and those in the general area. The miracles of Guinevere, the princess cherished by all, bestow their blessing on a great many warriors. So the fact that the Dancer Soul is related to the formal royal family does tie into like why it can grant Soothing Sunlight, I guess. And so we are to check that out. Maybe, yeah, we did. So, Wolf Knight's Greatsword of a knight tainted by the dark of the abyss, and master of the wolf's blood of Farron. Okay, so that's kind of a bit more explicit. Maybe not quite explicit, but yeah, I don't know any other way to read it. Confirmation that Artorias is related to the Undead Legion of Farron and like the Abyss Watchers, as he is going to presumably be that Dark Knight tainted by the Abyss. So, the Wolf Knight was the first Abyss Watcher, and his sword is more punishing against creations of the Abyss. So, I don't remember if this is like the exact same model as the one you can use in Dark Souls 1, but I'm going to assume so. So there is that kind of, what's the word? Like, consistency between the two games, or 3 games, I guess. So the Farron Greatsword is a greatsword of the Abyss Watchers, which is atypically paired with an unusual dagger. The dagger is utilized as a wedge in the left hand, while the greatsword is held in the right, a unique technique that was synonymous with the Undead Legion. Confounds foes in the manner of wolves hunting prey. So that has parry, and this has wolf sword. And then the Dancer's Enchanted Swords. Paired enchanted swords that Pontiff Sullivan bestowed upon the Dancer of the Boreal Valley. These blades, symbolic of the Dancer's vows, are enchanted by dark magic in the right hand and fire in the left, mirroring the Pontiff. And just as a kind of a translation note, I guess this is kind of more of an English note more than anything. So I didn't know that like Pontiff is like an extremely high level priest or position in a church or religion. So a pope is a pontiff, but not all pontiffs are popes. So I guess like the pope would be like the highest authority in a church, and pontiff could be a little bit lower. I guess it kind of just depends on the denomination of faith, I suppose. But yeah. So as far as the Japanese goes, the term for like Pontiff Sullivan is like, I don't remember off the top of my head actually. But it was more akin to Pope than Pontiff specifically, because what they use is like it has the most authority. So yeah. Remus says this one looks more like the Cursed Sword of Artorias. No, I agree. I don't remember exactly what the model looks like, but it definitely has this similar kind of like dark appearance, and the fact that like it makes such a veiled reference to him leads me to believe there's pretty much no other way to interpret it. So this is the Crystal Sage's Rapier. It's a thrusting sword with tiny crystals scattered across its blade, used by the Crystal Sages for self-defense. The crystals boost the magic damage inflicted by the sword and the item discovery of its wielder, fruits of the lifetime of research conducted by the sages. So that's a pretty cool item. Definitely helps with some item discovery if you're trying to farm for items or covenant items. This is a good choice to transpose if you're not going to do multiple playthroughs. Moment. Alright, I'm back. So this great axe, a favorite among demons, contains the strength of fire. The demons born of chaos harbor fire, and yet they are twisted and malformed, such that they were never meant to be. So that's some pretty cool stuff. It just kind of shows that like chaos is chaotic. I did see a weird kind of theory very briefly on like acid bakery while I was looking some things up, that like perhaps chaos is more related to rocks and lava as opposed to just like flame in general. It sounded a bit weird to me, but I figured maybe bring it up, maybe somebody else might like it. So, and then we looked at Vort's items. Oh, and I forget the demon item does have the third choice, which is a bit annoying if you're trying to actually like get the achievement. You have to do 3 full playthroughs. So, Herm the Derm says, Pontifex Maximus was the chief priest in Roman religion before Christianity took over. Pontiff in English seems to commonly refer to the Pope as well. So apparently, like, there can be groups of pontiffs, if I remember correctly from what I looked at. But yeah, it's a bit weird. I don't know exactly how that, like, translates into, like, the Greek Orthodoxy, but I just wanted to bring it up just so that people would know that at least like pontiff isn't a made-up word. Like I had never heard it before looking into this, but I might just be ignorant about more like religious style matters, which is fine. So these are the Demon's Fists. It's a demonic fist that burns with fiery essence. Its wielder can release this power through use of its skill. When two-handed, fists are equipped to each hand. Pretty straightforward there. This has a flame whirlwind, which spins through opponents with abandon, flaming fists outstretched. Using a strong attack while spinning utilizes your momentum to slam the ground with both fists. Kinda cool. So we get a Havel's Ring. I might actually get this, just because if I'm going to use some like of the heavier weapons, that might help out. So this is a ring for warriors keen on heavy accoutrements. Increases maximum equip load. This ring was named after Havel the Rock, the battlefield compatriot of Gwyn the First Lord. The art of war has been a constant since ages past, and those who would follow in Havel's footsteps are no fewer now than in his own day. So yeah, the Havel stuff is a bit weird. He might have been a real person or a god, but he definitely had followers who took after him, so that could explain like his Havel's knights, and his knights could have just been wearing like his set and stuff, but I'm sure Havel will come up again later, and that we'll probably have this conversation all over again, but it's all good. So this is for the Stray Demon as well, so... Huh. Right, oh, okay, so there are the two demons. I don't remember where the soul of a demon is from, now that I think about it. Weird. Havel's Ring is nice because we're not going to be using skills. Not sure if I'm going to do the Farron Greatsword or pay the money for the Wolf's Knight Greatsword. Don't really intend to use it. How much does it weigh? 11.5? 12.5? Oh, they have a higher dex requirement. I guess I'll just leave them for now. Yeah, I'll just leave all of them for now.
Treat the Firekeeper.
Oops, that was a different dialogue, but whatever. Okay. So thank you, God of Spaghetti, for the extra context. Ramus says, you imagine Pontiff was preferred because Eldritch, aka Aldrich, is supposedly in a higher echelon of the deep. Yeah, but honestly, it makes more sense before Aldrich was rushed lore-wise. Alex, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you. As well as Nade. Welcome in both of you. So, we just killed the Abyss Watchers last stream, and then now we're just finishing up with all the NPCs.
Welcome, husband. Very well, then take note.
Oh yeah, I did look into the whole Fool, or like the Dream Chaser that is mentioned by the Shrine Handmaiden, but I didn't see too much else beyond what I'd already seen. Actually, before doing that, let's go ahead and equip Havel's Ring just to see what else we can use. So if I were to use the heavy sword, oof, okay.
Welcome, host. Very well, then take note.
Probably not worth it quite yet. I don't know. I just might want to try it. I'm not sure I need much more health or anything else. And rather than dex, yeah, let's just go big mode for the hell of it. If I die, I just need to get better.
Farewell, I made the flick.
Okay, yeah, this is a lot more like the old Zweihander. Interesting. Probably reduce a bit. Wait, ooh. Do it. Math is tough. You good enough? Gonna go with... Oh, we look kind of ridiculous. Actually, that doesn't look too terrible, all things considered. Just a bit weird, but yeah, we'll deal with it. And then we're gonna go back to the what's it called? Where the Crystal Sage was to go towards the Cathedral of the Deep. So, Michael says, "Fear the lore. What's that sword? This is the Ultra Great Sword, or just Great Sword? It is an Ultra Great Sword, though." So, Brisson, welcome back in. You said that thing was too big to be called a sword. Too big, too thick, too heavy, and too rough. It was more like a large hunk of iron. Yeah, that's a Berserk reference. Peak fashion. I guess we killed Cloud Strife so we could become him. Big sword. Compensating for our lack of skill. Let's just go with that, is the deep lore. Okay, I didn't think there was anything up here, but it just kind of looks like there is. This is a cool little area. We get some more of the dudes who are like transporting corpses away from like the crystal, or not the crystal. I heard the lizard, so I got distracted. Transporting people away from the, what is it called? The undead settlements? Oh, it fell to its death. Yep. Oh yeah, it's got a big thing on its back. That's pretty strong. Being guts again. Just need the eclipse to make the story go full circle. Well, just you wait. Just you wait. So yeah, this will also tie the evangelists back into what's it called? The Cathedral of the Deep. And so with the big dudes with the cages transporting corpses, like presumably they were feeding Aldrich men. That's the kind of deep lore there, I think. So we get the Herald set. Come over here. Let's go ahead and read that. Actually, I should probably heal. Okay. So this is a steel helm said to have been worn by heralds of the Way of White who deliver commandments of duty. Protection made of steel has excellent physical absorption, but is found lacking against blunt strikes and lightning damage. So it looks like there might have been a bit of a disagreement between the Way of White and the Cathedral of the Deep if we find a corpse wearing the set nearby. Pretty sure that's a pretty safe assumption, and okay, the rest of the set's the same. But sometimes, like, corpses are just corpses, and there's not a whole lot of information that you can really gain out of them, unfortunately. We're going to go back up to the Crystal Lizard area and jump down. I don't remember exactly how it ties in. I know that it just kind of all connects. And then we'll find some more ashes here as well. So, there's another Crystal Lizard. Way. Wow. All of this sword just to miss. More Twinkling Titanite. Okay, yep, and then it comes right back over here, up top. And I don't think there's anything else down here. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Oh yeah, just the other way. Okay. And Gabriel says the Way of White worshipped Gwyn, you think? Yes, I think that's true as well, especially with like the Dark Souls 1 Way of White creating like the pilgrims and all that. We get another bonfire over here. And I think a couple NPC non-invaders? What are they called? I want to call them hunters, but they obviously aren't hunters in this game. Maybe I'll just call them hunters for lack of a better term, unless somebody has a better idea. So, if I remember correctly, yeah, okay, it's down here. I just went a bit too far. Yeah, this thing is really easy to miss. This is one of the hunters, obviously, and there's a corpse behind him. Got 2 blades. He's kind of a badass, wearing all black. He was pretending to not hear me. Jerk. Gotta respect the set, though. That's a pretty pristine choice. Oh yeah, wielding this big-ass sword, I should probably pay more attention to my poise going forward. I'm surprised that didn't kill him. Nope. So this is where we get the Paladin's Ashes. I think I missed that my first playthrough, or I might have helped somebody on one of their streams because they kept missing it. They were looking for a really long time. So Gabriel says it makes sense for them to be against the deep. Yeah, I think so as well, especially like if people are trying to preserve their religion's authority, with Aldrich and them kind of challenging that. I'm sure that there's kind of an upheaval as well. Resan says the Way of White are aligned with the gods / Gwyn, while the Cathedral of the Deep was corrupted by the pontiff to turn away from the gods. Yes. Also Aldrich as well, with him like eating the well, we'll find that out a bit more later. Although I suppose this isn't really exactly a spoiler-free stream by any means. Is this the only way to get this way? I think so. We get a crest shield, so that's going to be nice to complement like the dragon crest shield. I don't remember the difference. Okay, so this one's better against dark, which is obviously going to be extremely beneficial to us shortly here. So this is a knight shield engraved with a crest. One of the enchanted blue shields, the crest shield greatly reduces dark damage. So we could probably increase our weight other places. I want more physical resistance for now, so I'm not too worried about it. Check our... Damn it. Okay. We're doing pretty well here. Kerm says, swinging a 6-foot sword one-handed like it's made of a paper mache. That's what the Havel Ring's for, man. That and the one extra point in Vitality, is it in this game? Like, Vigor is for health in this one, Vitality is for equipment load. It's a bit weird. Oh yeah, and this one has the spider shield. The old classic. And you could start it with it if you're like the bandit in Dark Souls 1. So this dude definitely looks like a bandit. Oh, that wasn't a backstab. Spider shield. I definitely rocked the crap out of this one in Dark Souls 1 for sure. So this is a shield bearing a large etching of a spider. Shields of this style are commonly used by savage mountain bandits and offer high resistance to poison. Yeah, pretty much what I said. Oh, it doesn't have full physical resistance. Maybe the original didn't either. I just don't remember very well. Yeah, this one kind of sucks in this game. Maybe it did in Dark Souls 1 as well, and I'm just misremembering. So yeah, this place is pretty straightforward if you ignore like all the side parts. That's one hell of a statement. That was dumb as crap. But yeah, not too much there. They both kind of like all of the ways kind of lead forward into the Cathedral of the Deep. It's kind of what I'm trying to get at. And Comrade Dornish, welcome into the stream. And Kivsto, welcome in as well. Are you using Lothric's sword? No, this is the Great Sword right now. The Guts Berserk sword. As we come into here, we'll get kind of ambushed by bunch of jerks shooting flaming arrows and really fast dogs. So what I typically do, like later on, is I'll just kind of run past everything to deal with some of the ranged folks. Oh. Walked away from the backstab, that's annoying when that happens. Maybe I should have equipped the dragon shield still? The dragon crest shield. A lot of dogs. It's kind of weird, like, just how much playing the other games just kind of influenced this one as well. Like, that timing for it shooting the arrow is pretty much exactly like the timing for the Yharnamites shooting their guns, and just kind of interesting how those skills translate between the games. And of course, like, this is the same true of like the crossbow wielding Hollows in Dark Souls 1. Like, a lot of this stuff is more like rhythm based to a certain extent, like rather than like full on pattern recognition, although I guess that kind of plays into it. So like the parries that I got on the first hunter earlier, like the second parry that I did, like I wasn't reading its actions, just there's like a certain flow to the game that I just pressed L2 and managed to parry it. For whatever reason, I always liked this walk up into the Cathedral of the Deep. Like, it's, I don't know why. Kind of cool though. So we do see that it's like more of a graveyard type area. Some I forget what these are called actually. Candelabras? Whatever. And then these dudes who will self-immolate and then try to chase you. I thought I died. I was like, that's what I get for talking so much shit. And I think we should be able to hear Sigvard here. Sigvard. Stuck in a well. Let's just go ahead and get the bonfire first. And then I'll check up on chat. I'm going slowly here, trying to be cinematic, but walking off center. This gigantic sword in the way kind of dampens the feel.
Merciful goddess, mother of the forlorn, who have no place to call their own, please bear witness to our resolve. Fire for Ariandel. Fire for Ariandel. And the ash to kindle flame.
So yeah, that's Gale, as Nightingale points out. Comrade asks, you wonder why they do that, the self-immolation. That's a good question. It could just be because they're like religious zealots seeking to protect their holy order from an unkindled one who is coming to slay or put their lord back into its throne. But yeah, that's kind of an off-the-hip answer that I don't really think there's a very good answer, unfortunately. Bonfire lit. So as we look up into this like little altar here, we could see that those guys kind of represent the deacons of the deep. The little candelabras to the left and right kind of remind me of their like covenant symbol, but I can't remember what it's called. Aldrich Faithful, but yeah. I don't know why Gale is praying to that, the mother of the forlorn. A little bit weird that he's here of all places. So yeah, Gale is a DLC character, so if you don't have the DLC, or if you're not on the like most up-to-date patch of the game, he shouldn't appear. This is Red Knight Gale. He is a badass, believe it or not. Go up and talk to him. Get our footage binoculars ready.
Wait, you've the same scent as that woman. Then you must be an ashen one. You must be. Oh, you don't know how long I've searched. Oh.
Thick. Alright, Z Master, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I guess you think Gale got that thick booty.
Oh, don't mind me. Didn't mean to fall apart. Now, Ashen One, I have a kindness to ask of you. My lady lives in the cold land of Ariandel. I need you to show her flame. A proper flame that will burn the rot away. If you truly are ash, then it must be fire that you seek.
So we can accept or refuse. I don't think refusing does anything, so I'll just do it for now, because, I mean, they're not going to lock a player out of the DLC just for one option. Actually, I wouldn't put it past them, but they don't at least.
Oh, are you certain of that? Hogwash, hogwash. What ash does not seek fire?
That was pretty cool, actually. I'm kind of glad I did that. That was definitely different. So yeah, before going too much further, Gale talks about needing an unkindled one, an ashen one, for their designs into the painting, and that'll become much more relevant as we go to the DLC. Although all of that content is really like late game content that I don't really intend to face quite yet, for sure. So yeah. Why they need an ashen one as opposed to like a chosen undead is anybody's guess. Presumably because ashen ones aren't undead, strictly speaking. They're just kind of the ideal vessels for potentially carrying the pigment of the Dark Souls blood, and that's what they could use to repaint the painting to restore their world. That would be my guess. But when you do kill Gale and get his soul, he says like he knew that he was no champion and that the Dark Soul would likely possess him and drive him mad or to ruin, and that he'd never return. So that does seem to be like the real impetus for him trying to search for an ashen one. So that's why he rejoices when he finds us. But again, that's just my kind of take on it, so that might not be fully true. But yeah. Back to chat. Blue, you guys are talking about twerking Gale. Holy shit. Oh god. This is certainly not a PG-13 stream at this point. So, holy crap. Scott says we seek not ash, but that snack. Shuko, welcome into the stream. He said, you always found it kind of weird how a big part of both DLCs made the painting. Yeah, the paintings are weird, same with the Dark Soul itself. But we'll definitely get into that much more later. So, I think just for now, we'll bring back some of the old topics that we mentioned. So, they do need more blood for the painting, because it's painted with blood. But at least within Dark Souls and like Bloodborne especially, it seems as though that souls themselves are imbued within the blood to a certain degree, and that's why like the blood of the Dark Soul is a big deal for the painting itself. By having more blood, something imbued with souls, they can create a new world potentially out of souls. And so part of the reason their world might be rotting right now could be because the blood itself is rotting, and as blood rots in these games, it becomes poisonous. That's something that I'd like to attribute to Wenders for at least first pointing that out to me. I don't know if he got the idea from somebody else, but he's also a very smart guy who's looked into pretty much all of the FromSoft games lore really extensively. So yeah, he's a cool dude. Z-Master says you never understood the whole painted world thing. Hopefully that explanation there might have helped out, but as we go there, it might be made a bit clearer. Shuko says Gale is undead, not unkindled, right? Maybe he wants you because he knows the unkindled don't hollow. Yeah, that's my guess. I think we're probably just like the most suitable vessel for being able to carry the Blood of the Dark Soul. But yeah, it is a bit weird.
Ah, you again. I knew it. As any ash seeks fire, you will surely help me. My lady lives in the cold land of Ariandel. I need you to show her flame. A proper flame that will burn the rot away. You will thank me when it's done.
So, yeah, the woman he speaks of is obviously going to be Sister Frida, and she's related to the Sable Church of Londor. Yeah, Londor. I keep confusing Londo and Londor just because they're so damn similar. And as I mentioned on previous streams, Sable is another word for black, so it's essentially like the Black Church of Londor. It's related to New Londo. Their whole spiel seems to be about like focusing humanity and creating a kind of paradise for humans or man. You want to say that instead of like humans for whatever reason. And his line about showing the Lady Fire is interesting. I know that during the fight with Frida, Father Ariandel will also say like it's the fate of like ash to meet, and then like from them there will be fire renewed or something like that. So presumably the fight with her can create fire between the two pieces of ash. It's a bit weird. It's a bit more metaphorical, I think. But he will have a bigger role later on, although you really don't see a lot of him. He kind of like works in the background as you proceed through the DLC. But his goal is to save the painting, so he is related to her. So it's a bit interesting that he's called like the Slave Nightingale, because when we see him, he doesn't exactly seem like a slave. He seems to be working out of his own choice. So perhaps he was a slave in the past, and his set, maybe not his set specifically, but other sets of like what similar people in his station will reveal a bit more about that. And it could also just be that he himself could be like a slave to destiny, although that might be a bit more pulled out from the game and just kind of a bit more poetic on the part of the fans, I suppose. So, Birdie Sanders, you said, hello, what are my thoughts on Ulasil? You'd love a Souls game set within one of the Outside Kingdoms. Oh, within one of the Outside Kingdoms. Ulasil is cool. I wish there was a little bit more with it, honestly. Especially with like Elizabeth and Dusk and like what they eventually became. Like, I don't know. It's got a lot of cool stuff, but not at the same time. Sorry, I'm just kind of thinking there for a second. So yeah, I do like what they set up a lot with like the Abyss, and especially like the chasm of the Abyss with like all the kind of humanity sprites going there. But I also don't exactly enjoy how they set up Manus in the later games. But that's going a little bit out of the way for now. Comrade Dorner says, someone may have asked in the past streams, but did I see the Elden Ring trailer? I did see the original, or not like... I saw the one that was officially released a long time ago, but I haven't watched the leaks just because I'd prefer to watch something that I know that the dev team would stand behind as like representative of their final work, as opposed to something that might have been leaked a bit too early and something that the devs didn't want to happen. So for me, I'd like to keep my hype levels a bit lower as well. So the less that I know, the less, or like the more bearable the wait becomes for it. But by the same token, I do want them to release something that they themselves have had enough time and money to put out in a way that they'd like themselves. Shuko says, you thought his lady was the painting girl. That's also a fair point, but I think it's pretty clear that he wants us to meet Sister Frida, just because she kind of seems to be running the painting and she's assisting Father Ariandel. And during that fight, they do talk about how Ash meets Ash and like flame alighteth or something along those lines. I don't remember exactly off the top of my head. Birdie said, by outside you meant countries mentioned in item descriptions, like Kareem, for example. Yeah, I know what you mean, for sure. A lot of that stuff is interesting because we don't really get a whole lot of information other than what we get in the item descriptions. But one of my favorite things is just like how unreliable a lot of the item descriptions end up becoming because people's knowledge of like history and stuff becomes warped over the years. So that's something I actually really appreciate about the game, as frustrating as it is to like look at the lore through. Scott says, do you think I'll do Elden Ring lore when it comes out? I think most likely. It looks like it's going to be a very cryptic, very ominous game. as opposed to like Sekiro, which is a lot more straightforward. Maybe I might do a Sekiro video later on, but I don't have a whole lot of plans to look into Sekiro for now, so hopefully Elden Ring will kind of scratch that itch for all of us. But yeah. And then Devlin says, Gale was the fodder used by the gods in the war against the dragons. Yeah, so we'll see that a bit more as well. So I'm going to accept for now.
Ah, thank you. They of Ash never fail. Just a moment, then. The painting of Ariandel. Well, rotted scrap of it, that is. Go on. Take it. Touch it. And then the ashes were too.
So yeah, you guys might be right that he could be referring to the painter, but with like his final line there, to me, it just seems a bit more resonant with like Sister Frida. But I could be wrong, for sure. Freeson says, you think he's talking about the little girl because he asked you to show her flame, and she says that she needs to see flame before making the next painting. I thought it was that they needed blood, but I might be misremembering. Like, I do know that they talk about fire too, so you could be right, yeah. So Comrade Dornish says, you'd love for me to do Sekiro as well. My videos are up there with Silvermont and Vati. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I forgot. So this is kind of like a Corvian, maybe? I don't remember a lot of the DLC stuff.
Have you just arrived? How very unusual. Just how long has it been? Rejoice, my new friend. For this is a true haven of the forlorn, the cold and gentle painted world of Ariandel. Quick, go along. Find one for yourself. A sweetly rotting bed to lie upon.
So yeah, as we look at this Corvian, I believe he is. I might be mistaken. I'm pretty sure he is, because there were like Corvians in the Dark Souls 1 painting as well. He's on like a bed of, looks like worms of some sort or bugs of some sort, and like they're kind of eggs sticking out of it, most likely. So there is like a huge theme of like rot and excrement and impurity within the painting, and that'll be present in a lot of the stuff as we go through the Cathedral of the Deep as well. Let's get cleaned up again. And then I'll find like the bonfire and then warp back, because I really didn't mean to go through. I just kind of forgot that you automatically get warped through.
Yes, of course. You're no exception. We've all seen terrible things. But you're safe now. Let it ease your burden. Ariandel will make a fine home for you. So, go on ahead. Find one for yourself. A sweetly rotting bed to lie upon.
I'll talk more about the impurity stuff later. We get some Rime Blue Moss Clump. I literally don't remember what it is.
Go along. Find one for yourself. A sweetly rotting bed to lie upon.
Yeah. And then we also see some like bones sticking out of the ground here, so that one looks like a deer or something like that. And so like the paintings in like the Dark Souls universe do have like their own worlds within them, which is kind of cool. So maybe we're actually invading somebody's like soul that's a painting or something like that. Painted world of Ariandel. So yeah. compared to like the other place, like there's a lot of ice here. So if like the painting is related to humanity, and humanity is like kind of the antithesis to fire to a certain degree, maybe that's why it's more cold. Or you could also say that it might be more related to just souls in general, just because like with the I think it's the Ashen Estus flask. It talks about an Ashen Estus flask turns a bonfire's heat cold, so more like the magic things are related to that. So with the Rime Blue Moss Clump, Rime is another way to like, is another word that's more associated with ice and things like that, so that kind of fits in. So this is Moss Clump radiating gentle heat and light, reduces frost buildup, cures frostbite status. Frost accumulates in the body, causing frostbite, which saps one's health, lowers absorption, and slows stamina recovery. And blah, 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 blah. Okay. So let's go back to the Cathedral and maybe talk to an Onion Knight. So this is the painted world of Ariandel. And for some reason I'm blanking on the Dark Souls 1 painting's name. I'll catch up on chat while we warp. El Gusto, welcome back in. You say, ahoy, you're rather confused about what happens to the undead each linking of the flame. Gale is one from the time of ancients, but Dark Souls 1 implied linking of the fire would give them rest, like with Anastasia. Does Gale actually link? I don't know, to be honest. Gabriel says, Bloodborne looking ass. Birdie Sanders says, what do you disagree with on the setup of Manus? I mean, I don't really like disagree. I mean, the game is what it is. I just like the whole idea of like Manus' soul fragmenting and becoming more people. That just it didn't appeal to me quite as much. I guess is how I would say that. So like a Nashandra and stuff like that, and Carla potentially. It's a bit weird, but I mean, it makes sense, I guess, in the greater context of the games. I just maybe would have preferred it to have been handled a bit differently. So Devlin says, you think that the Ring City armor states something along the lines that the humans fought against the dragons, but their efforts were never lauded. Assumingly, Gale's force would have been the first in line, with the Ring Knights second, followed by the Silver Knights. Gale, most likely the last one left aside from patches from Dark Souls 1, from the top of your head. Sorry for the long comment. It's okay. So Nightingale says, well, they need to see the flame because the painting needs to be burned and reset for a new one to take its place. So Nightingale also says, you like how the painting parallels the outside world, where one fights against the course of nature while the other accepts it when their time is done. Yeah, so that does show like there is like a kind of similarity and also like a difference between the two kinds of worlds. Like in this one, we went to see flame restored to keep the world as it is, whereas in the painted world, we want the flame to burn the world away so that it could be rewritten anew. So that's kind of poignant foil, I guess, for the two kinds of worlds that are presented to us in Dark Souls. We'll get a notched whip. It's a cool item. I don't really use the whips a lot. I guess they're maybe a little bit weak, but every item is kind of viable, provided that it's actually used well. So, going back. Painted World of Ariamis. Okay, yeah, that's right. Thank you. These paintings are not gentle. Risan says, it's interesting that in the paintings, the natural course is to burn it away and start anew when the rot accumulates, while the outside linking the flame goes against the course of nature. Yes, indeed. And Aldegusto says, oh, you meant Dark Souls 1 implied that after anyone linked it, grant all the undead rest. Okay, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, that's a bit weird. I don't really know how that... I think, Dark Souls 1 might have suffered from just, like, being the first one and maybe not intentionally, like, setting up sequels a bit better. But... there are, like, some people who believe, like, that once the flame does get linked, like, the dark sign goes away and that, like, people can live normally for a while. And it's only once the fire starts to fade that it becomes an issue again. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about it. I don't disagree, but, yeah. I'm just a bit on the fence on it, I suppose. And then Shuko says, you appreciate what Dark Souls 2 did in terms of exploring the whole tragic aspect of insanity / loss of memory that comes with howling, but a lot of that game's lore confuses you. Yeah, I think that's fair, for sure. With Dark Souls 2, I do think they set up a lot of really cool, larger themes within the games, but unfortunately, I don't know too much about Dark Souls 2 just because I couldn't get into it mechanically. So, the little that I do know seems really cool and a lot more like broadly philosophical compared to like Dark Souls 1 and 3. It does interest me, I just can't get through it, unfortunately. Maybe one day on stream, who knows. So, this is the Notched Whip. It's a whip with thorny spikes that shred skin, causing heavy bleeding. The Cleansing Chapel uses whips such as these in order to produce the drops and puddles to wipe clean during its rituals. So they use blood for their rituals, which is kind of cool. I'm not entirely sure what to make about it, that the blood that they use cleanses their rituals. Interesting. Yeah, I don't even know what to make of this Cleansing Chapel at all right now, to be honest. Because, I mean, I remember that this place existed, I just didn't know that it was called the Cleansing Chapel. So maybe it's to make sacrifices for the deep more pure? To make a more pristine, gentle deep? It's a little bit weird to think about, I guess. I didn't actually mean to equip it. Oh, wasn't. Dual handing it. So those guys are out of the way. Now we might be able to hear something. Not quite yet. Do we have to deal with Patches first? Or not like deal, but like encounter him? Remember. Which way do I want to go for now? Probably up. For that. What do I want to talk about? So we get some more like obelisk type things, and as we proceed into the Cathedral of the Deep, we'll enter like a huge graveyard. We got a cool little crow over there. May as well look at that while we chat real quick. Let me get a little bit of water. Actually, I might take a break in a few minutes, maybe like 10-15 minutes, just to give us all a chance to get water and maybe use the restroom. Brissan says, to your understanding, the dark sign and the curse of undeath reappears when the fire starts to fade as Gwyn's way of forcing humans to Gwyn's way of forcing humans to relink the flame. Yeah, I think that's the most common thought. I think there are some items which kind of reinforce that, but I don't think we're ever actually given a very clear picture of what happens in between the time that the flame is linked versus like when it begins to fade or is in the state of fading. Aldagusto says, yeah, it could all just be lies and assumptions, though it gets top heavy with the undead after multiple cycles. For sure, for sure. And then Nightingale says that Gwyn definitely made propaganda to cover his mess. Ramus says, little late, but you always figured that the enemies there set fires on themselves to remedy the maggots that cause bleed. The ones that you find then later. That's an interesting point. It's a little bit weird because they die from their own self-immolation. And they do rush the player, but I don't dislike that idea in general. Especially, well, I don't know, it's just weird that they'd also be near the cathedral, but like not seeming to actively like run away from it, I guess. But it is always hard to like kind of try to understand the mindset of a hollow for sure. Ramus says, Dark Souls 2 is about the microcosmos of the cycle. He often regards it as a symbol of lack of gods, making humans advance the science and being more aware of the cycle when compared to Dark Souls 1 or 3. And then Aldagusto asks, do we think Manus was a furtive pygmy, or just an early man like a ring knight or a rando citizen? That's a pretty good question. There's a fair amount of room for fans to disagree with each other and have their own opinions. The way that I like to look at Manus is, with the opening intro cinematic for Dark Souls 1, we're told of the four lords of the souls, and then as we go through Dark Souls 1, we do fight Gwyn, the Witch of Izalith, who is the Bed of Chaos, and Nito, the First of the Dead. So I think thematically it kind of matches that Manus could be the furtive pygmy as the fourth lord. That kind of goes a little bit hand in hand with like what Koth is hinting towards at times. And so with Koth potentially like having gone to Ulasil and like told them of Manus's corpse and encouraging them to dig it up and causing it to kind of break free and like cause havoc, I guess. That would kind of lead me to believe that for all intents and purposes we should understand Manus to be the furtive pygmy. And I know others talk about it all the time, but I think like Manu in Latin means like originator or something like that. I'm sure somebody else will be able to correct me really quickly. So Comrade Dorn says, wait, maggots are inside of them? Maggots for what? So as we go into the Cathedral of the Deep, we'll see like a whole bunch of like maggots and stuff. It's kind of a really big like reoccurring theme for like the dirty areas. So yeah, all these dudes kind of come out of the ground. I think these guys are infinitely spawning, but I do think there's a finite amount of souls you can get from them. So that one just puked up some of the maggots, I think. I guess they aren't maggots on that one. Yeah, that just kind of looks like pus. So I was incorrect about that. Yeah, I'm not going to worry too much about these. You just kind of run past everything here and go pick up your items while you can. Oh. We'll get ambushed a little bit from time to time, but really negligible. We get the Astora Greatsword, which is cool. This guy's not aggro. He seems to be lamenting or grieving over this corpse over here. So maybe they were connected. I guess this guy isn't aggro too, or I just need to get too close to him and make him realize. No. Okay, so that one definitely puked up maggots. Oops. Try to get a little bit of a better shot for the lore footage. I think that dude's getting closer every time he pukes. Come on. Perfect. Yeah, he is getting a little bit closer. Okay. So who was it that mentioned that originally? Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to find who said like the maggots are in them first, because I wanted to thank you, just because that's something I don't think I noticed or remembered. So yeah, you guys point out stuff like that. I do definitely like to get a little bit of footage of that stuff as well, because that's some really cool details. And that will, like, for me personally, like some of the videos that I want to talk about with like Dark Souls for now will definitely tie a lot into like the Cathedral of the Deep, impurity, rottenness, and all of that kind of thing. So yeah, I really appreciate you bringing that up. So this is a little gang squad over here, and that's the cathedral over there, and we do see like Lothric way over there in the background as well. So let me go back to the chat. Well, we've got a little bit of a space here, because we'll probably get a little bit caught up as we go advance a little bit more. So El Gusto says, the first Dark Souls cinematic seems to show a firekeeper potentially placing a dark sign on a freshly dead bloke. You wonder if that was more of a type of firekeeper's secret nature. That's an interesting thought. Yeah, I don't know what to think of that. Santeria 1911, welcome back in. You said you hope you haven't missed too much. You know, just a lot of lore is all. We finished off the Abyss Walkers yesterday, and we're going to continue with the Cathedral of the Deep today. The Nightingale says, Cawthon, the residents of the Ulasil, desecrated Manus' grave in the name of science, essentially. Yeah, magic science. Manus means hand in Latin. He does have a big hand. Manus in Latin is hand, and the Vedic story has Manus as a progenitor of mankind. Okay, so I might have been like confusing the two. So there might be multiple meanings that one can derive from his name. So thank you, El Gusto and Bingo Pop Boppins. Welcome back into welcome to the stream, rather. Risan says, so far we have definitely confirmed that Gale is a snack. That's the deep lore. A Vedic story, it's kind of like a Near East type of religion, if I remember correctly, like more associated with like yogis and like Hinduism. Although I don't fully know very much beyond just like a very like cursory knowledge with that kind of thing, unfortunately. So if anybody has more details, feel free to share that in the chat. So El Gusto says, you wonder if Manus was just napping in his grave. Well, that's essentially what it was, and that might be related to the kind of pendant that we get there. They might have taken it from him, and that is like what disturbed all of his emotions and caused him to go haywire, it seems. So Santeria says, never played Dark Souls 3. Where's the Moonlight Sword found? If I remember correctly, you get it from Midir. So it's the DLC. Because he's related to like the old Moonlight, or he remembers it even like before Seath. So, yeah. Was Manus buried alive? That's a good question. I don't think that's necessarily applicable. Because it seems like life isn't exactly analogous to what we have on Earth. So even if like something dies, there's always the potential, it seems like it could get reanimated later on, which is a bit weird to think about. Because we do see like all these corpses in this area just kind of pop out of the ground when presumably they're dead. So I wouldn't imagine that Manus would be much different. Oh, so we get the Moonlight Sword from Osiris. Okay, that makes sense as well. Thank you, Brisson. So El Gusto says, there was a story in Indian scripture that after a flood, a man named Manus was the forefather of humanity thereafter. Okay. So, Tanner Posberg, welcome back into the stream. It's nice to have you again. And, yeah. God, that Vista looks so cool with the gut sword. Okay. So now that we're all caught up, we're going to proceed. So it might take me a minute to get a good chance to read the chat again. So, Fading Soul. The Executioner's Greatsword. Oh, I'm forgetting like all these items that I should be reading. It's really easy to do in these kind of streams. I mean, a lot of it isn't like super relevant, but it's always nice to keep it going. But yeah, these folk popping out of the ground. And so as we come closer, we see like these maggots like kind of popping out and like forming their own singular organisms within them. I should probably pay a little bit more attention to what these hollow type things are doing, actually. And maybe you're grabbed if they have a grab. Oh, I have a decent amount of health still. Did I just get shot at? That was weird. Oh no, the maggots. I forget. Yeah, if you get hit by maggots, I think they like stay on you for a while. Was that just bleed damage? Yeah, that totally was. Better to pull out the binoculars now though, I suppose. So yeah, as we look over here, we do see like a bunch of those spears. And if we look in the distance... Blink, Scoob. So... Oh, should have been grabbed, I guess. Yeah, we do take some bleed damage from these maggots as well. Oh, I need to get grabbed. Oh, I think the stairs broke it. Rip. Oh, no, that wasn't a grab either. Come here. Come on. So as we look at my player, it is covered with maggots. Explodes. I guess the maggots still cover me? I don't know when they go off. That's kind of cool though. So yeah, if we look in the distance... Oh damn it. I wasn't ready. Oh yeah, and we did get that other Estus flask. we look way over there in the distance. I'm in a bad spot. We can see the tower with the giant on it, and he'll shoot arrows towards some of these undead. Nothing back here. So we get another of the like big old birch trees, which kind of just goes into the dragon or the giant helping us out. So it's a very good thing to talk to that giant if you want to have a little bit of an easier time in the game. So that one must have gotten hit a little bit. So we get some more young white branches. So that one totally got impaled, it looks like. So it looks almost like there's a hole in its chest. Or maybe that's just its, Yeah, that's interesting. I might die if I get bled again, because I think I'm out of my Estus. No. Okay, now I am. I might want to YOLO run through things. Oof, I did Bone Shard. Yeah, I guess that does a lot of bleed damage over time. So rather than continuing, I'm going to use one of my bones to get the hell out of here. Oh, no. How did I get more of those? I think maybe just walking around you might get them on like from the graves, but who knows. So Tanner asks, have we talked about the Age of Deep that Aldrich dreamt of yet? Not in depth, and I'll hold off a little bit while I can, just so it's a bit more thematically relevant when we get to it, I guess. I don't know why I just rested again. Now I know why I rested.
Did what? Pretty be careful.
I don't think Grey Rat has anything else to say now, but let's try it. That's not trying it.
Oh, hello, and in one piece. You can keep the ring.
Okay, no.
Goodbye.
Oh yeah, I forgot to give her the ash.
Ashen one.
Oh, and I need to read more items. Holy crap. Okay. So, Ramu says you can heal the maggots by holding the torch. If you light a torch, the leeches fall off of you instantly. How do I light torches? Do I even have one? Or is it like one of those mechanics like the candlesticks that I just don't think I ever noticed? Okay. Aldegusta says Mana seems so depressed, so maybe he chose to be dead after some tragedy. Then he was gang probed into an unquiet dead, with the nature of mankind seeming to be eternal before Gwyn gelded mankind. Oof. Nightingale says there's also a chance that Manus wasn't dead in the traditional sense since number 1. He has to be alive to go rampant from the pendant being taken, and 2, we see that the pygmies can live very long. So yeah, those are all decent points as well. So yeah, I'm glad you're all back in for the stream, and let's give her some ash. So, oh, I didn't even read the Paladin's ashes. Holy crap. Yo, I'm doing a bad job with that. So it looks like he's wielding a pendant too. I'm not sure which one that belongs to. So this is the umbral ash of a worn-out paladin who sought the Cathedral of the Deep. With this, the Shrine Handmaiden will prepare new items. This paladin paid quite a price for his headstrong justice. I also meant to look at this ash, or like set of ashes before the stream, but I didn't have enough time, unfortunately. And if I knew more about Dark Souls 3, I'd probably pay a little bit more attention to what new items we get from each one. Although it's probably just more convenient to look on the wiki what items produce what, I suppose.
Ah, well met, Ashen One. How may I be of service? Gracious, passing fine ash thou'st given. Let this ash bestow nourishment. I only hope these new wares content thee.
What else? This is interesting. So this is a hidden blessing. There's a grave in Lothric that sees no visitors, a dark place where rootless warriors rest. The Queen of Lothric alone cared to wish the poor souls good fortune. I think she might have had this originally, so maybe I should have been paying a bit more attention to what she sells. Oh, maybe he was holding this. Yeah, that's kind of what it looks like. So this is a tool used to hunt down the undead, blocks Estus recovery within a limited area. Used long ago by Lloyd's cleric knights on their undead hunts. Although Allfather Lloyd is long forgotten by the Way of White, his hunts have lived on, and this charm allows one to challenge undead without fear of tenacious healing. The dual charm is similar. It's a tool used in duels of judgment, nulls effects of special area effects for a short time. Allfather Lloyd's knights lived in fear of his duels of judgment, in which verdicts were carried out by his sword of law. Cool stuff. Oh, I can buy this now? I thought, oh, maybe it's after you rescue Arena that you can get it. Okay, that's a bit weird. I'll probably have to do that at some point. Okay, so this is the torch. Oh, and the Undead Legion set. May as well check that out, as well as the other boss sets that I totally forgot that she gets after a while. So, Victorious FIG, welcome back to the streams. You said, you can imagine being immortal, desiring to take a long nap every now and again. The vampire Lestat became disenchanted in Anne Rice's lore and took a nap for a century or two. That's a name I haven't heard in a while, both Anne Rice as well as the vampire Lestat. Sleeping for a few thousand years is definitely a mood. Oh, okay, Remove says, it's a weapon, you probably didn't find it yet, the handmade sells them. Okay, thank you. El Gusto says, is there anyone left alive besides maybe Firekeepers? What would linking the fire do at this point? Just make some undead alive so they can give birth? Or are there still living dudes around? So there's also the train of thought that with like Lothric and Lordran being like the realm of gods, and that they might be separate from the realm of men, and that might be a bit easier to visualize with like the opening of Dark Souls 2, where that guy, I don't know what to call it, the chosen undead for that time, like he enters like a portal that kind of looks like it's going into like a sea of an abyss. So presumably there is a separation between the world of men and the world of gods. How exactly that works is a bit of a mystery. So potentially like kingdoms like Karim or whatnot, like the kingdoms of men could be separate from Lordran, and only once you're dead you can access them. I'm not entirely sure what to make of that. So Tanner says you're not entirely sure that the curse of the undead is hardly mentioned in Dark Souls 3, and hollowing is something drawn out of you by Yol, so it seems humanity has become very accustomed to death at this point. Yeah, we might be able to figure some more out about that later, for sure. So this is the Undead Legion helm. It's the attire of the Abyss Watchers, the Undead Legion of Farron. These undead warriors vowed to partake of wolf blood. They acted in the dark, seeking out any sign of the Abyss, fighting a constant war with its abominations. This pointed steel helm was a distinct symbol of the Legion, shirked as a sinister omen by the masses. Interesting. Makes me wonder about that final line more specifically. But yeah, it's pretty straightforward for everything else that we know about them as well. And it looks like for the most part they're pretty much all the same. Okay, so I'm not too worried about that. So this is the dancer's crown worn by the dancer of the Boreal Valley. The mirage-like aurora veil is said to be an article of the old gods, permitted only for direct descendants of the royal family. The black eyes of the pontiff eventually transformed the dancer into a beastly creature, her armor fusing with her own hide. So it's cool that it calls it like her hide as opposed to like her skin or her flesh. And so this does set out like Sullivan's grand machinations, and I think Vortset will talk about this as well. No, this is Exile Armor, so I guess we don't have Vortset quite yet. Okay. Yeah, so Sullivan's magic, or his rings, or his eyes, yeah, it's his eyes more specifically, seem to have the power to warp or transform creatures into something more beast-like, and that might be how it creates his, like, dogs, which I keep forgetting what they're called, but we'll see those as we go into Irithil and do, like, the Aldrich Covenant stuff a little bit. So this is the Exile Mask, Iron Mask of the Watchdogs of Farron's Keep. After the Legion's Watchers became Lords of Cinder, the wolf blood dried up and Farron was consumed by a festering wood. Within the wood, an emaciated old wolf commands watchdogs to defend the sanctity of sleeping warriors. Both the exiles were surely watchdogs themselves, for Farron has always been a land of itinerants. I don't remember, I think we might have picked this up off of one of the two that were kind of guarding the way to Farron Keep. I don't remember where we picked it up for sure, but I did use the Exile Armor quite a bit actually, because it's got pretty decent set resistances, but that's of a different playthrough, sure. So the Sage's big hat is an enormous hat that completely obscures the face. Belongs to twin gurus known as the Crystal Sages. The pair are said to be successors to the great sage Logan, and this big hat is a symbol of their pedigree. So yeah, big hat, bigger the hat, the bigger the magic, I guess, in these kinds of games. Okay, that's pretty much it. So I'll pick up Lloyd's shield ring. So maybe this, okay, so I'm assuming like all of this stuff, which is like related to the Way of White, is related to the Paladin. And that's kind of similar to how it was in Dark Souls 1. Like the Paladin who invades you over in like Nito's place, he wields like the Grant and stuff. And so you get the Paladin set over by Nito as well. And they're all related to the Way of White, if I remember correctly. So this ring given to Knights of the Way of White depicts Allfather Lloyd's Shield of Caste. Boosts damage absorption when HP is full. Much time has passed since the worship of Lloyd was common in the Way of White. I inflected that strangely. Much time has passed since the worship of Lloyd was common in the Way of White. The clerics of Karim had always strongly asserted that Lloyd was a derivative fraud and that the Allfather title was self-proclaimed. So that's a kind of interesting way to look at it. And as I mentioned the other day, in the Japanese, it does say that Lloyd was Gwyn's uncle, like his older uncle, I guess. So presumably there must have been like a kind of family before Gwyn found the first flame. And it's a bit weird that Lloyd would have been called the Allfather if Gwyn was such a badass that he controlled like the entire world, and he has like that whole like Zeus persona going on. Okay. Oh, now she has purple moss clumps for sale by the dozen. Not sure if I want to buy anything else. Maybe I could use some of the charcoals, but oh well.
Ashen One, be sure to bring more.
Now, what other items did we pick up? And then I'll catch up on chat, and then we'll take a quick break to get a little bit more water and all that good stuff. So I know we got like 2 greatswords here. Okay, so we got the Executioner's Greatsword and the Astora Greatsword. I don't remember if there's anything else. This is Greatsword of a debauched executioner used... Greatsword of a debauched executioner used for beheadings. This sword retains a keen memory of its executioner's duty and absorbs FP from each fallen foe. So this is kind of like a... It kind of reminds me of like the Bloodborne mechanics. I mean, obviously this thing has been like... This kind of mechanic has been used in like the earlier Dark Souls as well. But the fact that something which is close to blood tends to get imbued with like special properties of itself It's a bit reminiscent of like the Executioner's gloves, and obviously this is the Executioner's greatsword. So it especially kind of like goes hand in hand as far as the themes go. So the Astora Greatsword. This greatsword, bestowed only upon elite knights, is a relic of the ruined land of Astora. Designed for a focus on thrust attacks, this sword is hard and sharp, but not unusually heavy. Looks like it has a decent dex quality to it. It's kind of cool. Pretty similar overall, I think. Okay. So, was there anything else? Let me catch up on chat, and then we'll take a quick break. So Tanner says to El Degusto that you're not really sure. The Curse of the Undead is hardly mentioned in Dark Souls 3, and Hallowing is something drawn out of you. Okay, I read that one. So El Degusto says, in Dark Souls 2, it's the Bearer of the Curse. Bearer of the Curse. Okay. Interesting idea, though. Like a supernatural world apart from undead lands. Yeah, so the separation between, like, the world of men versus the world of gods, potentially. Victorious says, is it like a conjunction of spheres deal, such as in The Witcher, that causes different realms to come into contact and interact? For example, elves ruled the world The Witcher takes place in, but humans and monsters got dropped off after a major event. That's a really good question, and I don't think I really thought about it with that potential in mind. My gut feeling would be to say no, just because it seems like once the flame emerged, like, it caused other forms of life to emerge as well, just because, like, they're products of disparity. So I guess in a certain sense you could compare that to the convergence in the Witcher series, but definitely a different kind of mythos between the two fictional worlds overall, for sure. But yeah, thank you for bringing that up. That's a kind of a cool thought for sure. So Merk Merkington says, don't the dogs in Irithyll have human faces? Yes, you're right. I really mean like the really, really big dogs, like the demon dogs. Like, you'll know what I mean. Like, kind of like the dog that like Saitama one punches in One Punch Man. That might be a bit spoilers. I don't remember how far for the anime goes, but yeah. Similar to the kind of dog that appears in Berserk as well. Like, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about, like, once you see it for sure. Pontiff is the real chat of the story. Birdie says, you really wonder what became of the Emerald Herald, the crown that cures Hallowing when worn, and the bearer of the curse. Maybe that will tie into some of, like, the Firekeeper soul items that we'll find later on in the game, but those are kind of enigmatic themselves, and they're, even in this game, they're not treated as, like, with the normal type of, like, a authorship that the game provides for items. Paladin Leroy. Oh yeah, I should remember that. Like Leroy Jenkins. He just kind of YOLOs you. So Tanner says, you might not be the biggest fan of Dark Souls 2 mechanically, but you really wish that more of its lore was carried over. That makes sense. Like, its lore does seem really cool. I understand why people didn't really like it as much as Dark Souls 1, but I do think there are large elements of it in Dark Souls 3 once you get past the surface of things, but that's a bit hard to do for sure. Risan says that your unpopular opinion is that the most of Dark Souls 2's mechanics were more intuitive and user-friendly than Dark Souls 1. Oof. No, I would definitely disagree with that, just because, like, the state of Hallowing affecting, like, the max health, or affecting the max health and all that is a lot less user-friendly to me, at least. Ramus says that non-Catholic pantheons often have more men-made gods. They are closer with more volatile emotions and family trees. Yeah, and that's something that I really do like about, like, the Roman and Greek pantheons, although, I mean, I suppose, like, it's essentially the same if you really want to get into that, but you imagine that Gwyn's uncle is a less blasphemous title than father, even if the implication is there. Professor Gomez, thanks for dropping in, and thank you for the well-wishing. Yeah, the Nightingale says, like, the Beast of Darkness from Berserk. The Watchdogs of Sullivan. Yeah, I think that's it exactly. I don't remember if that's exactly what they're called, but yeah, they're really big, like, demonic-looking dogs. The Victorious FIG says, another of your harebrained theories. Fire represents universal expansion as it flares up, and shrinking as it fades. Realms would then physically become closer as the universe collapses into itself. Yeah, I think that's a fair point, and that kind of goes with like the drifting or converging lands of like Lothric in the times of Dark Souls 3, as well as with what you see in like the Dreg Heap in the DLC, or even that like the, what's it called? The Kiln of the First Flame, I think at the end of this game. You can kind of see that stuff on display. So Kerm says, lol, spoiling the ending of every enemy is in the name of the show. Yeah, for sure. But I mean, I don't know. Saitama doesn't kill every enemy, but you make a fair point. Sullivan's Beasts. Yeah. Don't let me tell you about Demon Souls, then Soul's form is half health. Okay. Alright everybody, I've caught up on chat. I'll go ahead and warp back to the Cathedral, and during that time we'll go AFK to like get some water or take care of some other biological needs. So I'll see you all in just a moment. Alright, and we're back. So that reminds me, looking at like my Be Right Back screen, I should probably sprucing it up just a little bit. Kind of made it pretty quickly to make it a bit more like Dark Souls themed beforehand. And that also reminds me, like for my closing screen, that I wanted to like start adding some of the credits for the people who support the stream a bit more directly. That maybe saying it out loud will make me remember to do it after the stream. Yeah, so in other stream related news, we finally got the channel membership stuff off the ground, so thank you everybody who's become a member. I hope you enjoyed the emotes and my crappy little badges. I might get those revised in a little bit here, but for now, I think they're a decent stand-in. And I'm not entirely sure what kind of other badges I want to put in their place if I do switch them around. I thought there was something else I was going to say about that in general. Something else, but I feel like I'm forgetting. Okay, so those things can pop out. Oh yeah, I should probably avoid things. So, a cool thing about like the maggot beasts down there is that they kind of start to resemble more like dragon-esque or like wyvern-esque creatures. We'll find those a bit more later on. Yeah, I guess I'll just go through this way first, and then like as we go around through the chapel, it'll kind of loop back in on itself. And then we did just get that undead bone shard, so should be easier. Heal up now. Yeah, I really feel like I'm forgetting something. Well, I guess that something was to switch back to Estus. Oof. Oh, that's interesting. I think I'm gonna die from that. Okay. No big deal. Oh, I should have leveled up, I think. But it's whatever. I don't think I would have had enough souls. Blue Mew says, pagan deities often focus on either the observable, like nature, animals, and tend to make human traits as focuses. Dornish says you can make me one. Oh, like a be right back screen? I like to do a lot of that stuff myself. I'm not entirely sure what I want to make, but I appreciate the offer. If you're on the Discord, hit me up later, because I'll probably forget who said what. I do be a little bit forgetful in the midst of these streams. But yeah, thank you for the offer. So is the BRB screen, the outro screen, and something else? I don't think you can YOLO jump that. It's a bad idea. I think I do need to drop down. Yeah, because I don't remember if you can actually connect back there. Oh no, this drops exactly to where we were. Okay, so, okay. Here I am going back against what I said before, because I'm impulsive. So there's nothing over here. Oh, and you guys said the torches. Oh yeah, I should have equipped that. So yeah, this is a much bigger maggot beast, obviously. I want to take a look at its tail, but I don't remember if it has a, what's the word? A ragdoll corpse. I guess not. Okay, so maybe I'll just need to use the binoculars and then forget that I used the binoculars again. Don't know if it'll aggro me at this point. Maybe, yep. Okay, sweet. Thank you guys for that tip. Oof. Take a decent amount of damage. Okay, so they're probably really weak to fire then. I wonder if that'll like affect them if we hit them with the torch. So Victoria says what we need, as with everything in life, is more original songs. No. Thank you for using the emote, Kerm and Tanner. I hope you guys enjoy those emotes, and presumably you can use them in other channels as well. I'm pretty confident with that. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure how I feel about the patches one, but if you guys also do have more cool ideas for emotes as we continue to grow, we should be able to incorporate those into the channel as well as like the Discord server. Kind of a fun little thing to include. Saint Tree Bellvine. I'm going to read this and hopefully, yeah, that thing seems stationary for now. I think that one's a catalyst actually. Or no, maybe it is an item. Oh, it's just in a different... Okay. So this sacred chime for casting miracles of the gods. A bellvine cut from a small saint tree that has been meticulously tended to. Saint tree bellvines are customary in the far north and allow for faster casting than ordinary sacred chimes. That's interesting. So I wonder... I mean, it obviously seems like a plant, but I do wonder like how much the bellvine plays into it. Like, does it actually like produce sounds? I don't know if there's like a real world parallel for it. Oh, that's interesting. going to try to look at its tail a little bit. Okay. So yeah, that'll be helpful with the torch out. So Tanner says, the painted worlds present a thought. The end of the DLC seems to imply that a painted world made from the Dark Soul may be free of the eventual rot that took Ariandel. These two types of worlds combine to make one world free of the rot and ruin of both. Yeah, I'm not sure. I almost feel like that doesn't fully work, just because like a lot of like the Dark Souls themes are very cyclical in nature. So it seems a bit too optimistic to me to think that they will come up with a solution that will be like free of that. Although to be fair, like with the third ending, maybe I don't know how to number the endings in Dark Souls 3, which corresponds with what number, but maybe with like, you know, the hollow ending of Dark Souls 3, maybe my interpretation there could be a bit wrong, but I mean, I also wouldn't be surprised if such like a hollow world itself did eventually have its own problems. Yeah. Kerm says you love the patches emote, to be honest, too. I mean, I really like the idea. I just think the implementation needs a little bit of work, maybe. It's like it's a little bit kind of hard to see. Yeah. Comrade Dornis says the number 12s look like you is pretty original. Sure, no problem. Those maggot beasts are bizarre. Yeah, so they are definitely weird, and it's just like one of those other instances of like a bunch of smaller creatures eventually becoming something larger. Oh, I whiffed. I think there's a crystal, like a big crystal lizard here that can gank me. Yeah, okay, so it's sleeping still. And then, if I remember correctly, this will like lead to the drop-off and the shortcut. So that's towards the shortcut. Let's deal with the crystal lizard for now. Okay. I don't remember how to get there. So that's the other shortcut back into the Chapel of Cleansing. Got some more Titanite shards. Be nice to upgrade the weapon. Our Berserk Gut Sword over here. I probably should have just kept striking it. I was a little bit late on that though. And then I let go of the shield. That's cool. Scale, it's always nice. So, I don't remember if there's like another entrance over this way or not, but this way is like a dead end if I remember correctly. Maybe it can be opened up again later. So we do get some more of like those terrible maggot beasts, and maybe this time we'll actually get a decent look at its tail. Oh shit, it aggroed me. But I think this one can be cheesed. Ooh, frame rate suffering. That's not how you cheese things. Yeah, healed. So Comrade asks, what is the Discord? So that's, if you're asking about Discord in general, it's like a forum that people can use to kind of like stay in contact. It's like a chat room and a forum combined. Let me input the link. So everybody's welcome to join, obviously. We've got a nice community that loves to talk Soulsborne lore, and recently a lot of people have been doing more cooperation, which is a really nice thing to see. People working together. So yeah, this is a drop-off that we'd go to get the Poison Bite Ring, and it is a dead end like I remembered. That's everything for here for now. We're going to go into the other building. I don't remember if you actually get invaded here if you're embered. Wouldn't surprise me. Maybe I just got invaded here once and it was super terrible. We get some cool statues here. So it almost looks like these figures are being consumed by like a snake or something, or like the maggots. So this might be more of a symbol of the Cathedral of the Deep in general. Don't know exactly what to make of that, but yeah. Merkington says, you'd say Linking the Fire is the first ending since it's easiest to get, followed by the Firekeeper and the Lord of Hollows, but it doesn't really matter. Okay. So, Comrade says, oh, I see, we get the Discord if we do Patreon. Yeah, so I want to include like the VIP role and like the early access role to all of them. I might need to redo some of my Patreon stuff, but even if you guys like use like some of the like the donos for like the super chat in here, I'm perfectly fine and happy with giving people the early access roles as well as the VIP roles. I don't know if I can actually give people access to my my early access videos, like my channel member only videos when they go live. I don't know if I can actually gift people channel memberships. So if they did for whatever reason like just use like the super chat donos, but they didn't become a member of the channel itself, I don't know if I can actually gift them that thing. Let me look over here. Oh, maybe not. I guess I should spend more time with that on my own. Okay. Gabriel says, Firekeeper ending is the happy ending. It ends the cycle of artificially relighting the flame. I personally like the stomp ending, but it's kind of brutal, I suppose. Oh, okay, so yeah, Kerm's saying you don't need to pay anything for the Discord. Yeah, no, Discord is completely free. But if you like support the channel, I'll give you like special roles so you could get like an extra chat room. It's not a big deal at all. You don't have to donate or anything like that. But yeah, Discord is completely free. It's a really nice resource. It's easy to get alerted of when I go live, and it's a good place to just talk lore in general and to link to different kinds of subjects. So Merc says to Gabriel that she even says maybe one day the Age of Fire will return. In your opinion, it seems like the ending where everything might go back to the natural order. So yeah, in the Japanese, it's a bit more explicit where it's like the souls of the lords or like their embers are going to reappear in the distance. I'll look at that again later, and I'll definitely bring that up if we do like the different endings for sure. But it is a bit more explicit in the Japanese that like the Age of the Fire will come again, and it'll be like a byproduct of like the current Age of Fire somehow. But I don't know, it's a bit different. So Gabriel says, yeah, maybe it stops Wynn's curse. No more chosen people throwing themselves into a fire that needs to die. So, yeah. Okay. Or is this not accessible yet? I thought this was the shortcut. Am I blinking here? Is there a switch that needs to be switched? Maybe. Yeah, I think so. Okay. No big deal. We'll just go back to the chapel. Regain our Estus flasks. Oh no, I want to get this. Or is that for the later thing as well? Yeah, I think that's later. No, maybe not. Okay. Sweet. Just another Titanite shard, but I think that's actually the last one needed to upgrade the Berserk Sword. This is going to be a big old loop. Okay, perfect. Holy shit. Victorious FIG donated another 50. Thank you very much. Said, speaking of, you got a little extra. Can't do it all the time, but this community has been a boon to your gaming life and mental health in general. I'm very glad to hear that, man. As a generally antisocial person, this is incredibly valuable. Big love. Thank you very much, FIG. And I don't think you've even... Yeah, you should also become a channel member, so that way you could actually get access to those early access videos and like the silly little channel emote badges. 50 is a lot. You certainly don't have to do anything like that. 99 cents will be enough to join as a channel member, and then only $4.99 is necessary to get like the early access stuff. But thank you very much again. I appreciate that a lot. It makes it a lot easier to do this kind of thing. And yeah, so just with like some other not really like lore related news, hopefully I will be able to upgrade my internet, and then with that I will be able to upload at a higher bit rate. So right now I just bought like a new modem and a new router. So hopefully like by next week we'll get like the internet guys out as well to get a much faster upload speed. So yeah, thank you once again, Victorious, and I'm really glad that this community is as kind, as welcoming as it is, not just to me but to each other as well. So with people being able to co-op with each other now, and like now having set up that extra channel just for co-op, that's a kind of a nice thing. Yeah, so unfortunately, like I don't do co-op a whole lot, and I wish I was a bit more accessible for you guys to help like summon me in if you wanted to at times, but it's a little bit hectic trying to balance the personal life, the stream life, as well as like translating some of the stuff for the games and like trying to create extra lore videos. So I might be speaking a bit too early right now, but I do want to get my next video. Oh, that was just bad, and I missed all the souls. I do want to try to get the next video out by the end of this weekend. That's what I'm aiming for, but I really need to like finish up the script and do all the voice recording. That's the kind of thing that ends up taking me the most amount of time. But yeah. So the next video I mentioned yesterday, it'll be just a bit more of like some of the differences between the translations of Bloodborne and English. It'll be a pretty straightforward video, but there is some really cool information that I haven't shared yet. At least like in the form of a video. So hopefully you guys will be able to look forward to that. And then I'm not entirely sure what I want to do after that. While I gather my thoughts for like the really big like stagnation video, I'm thinking I might try to create a video that talks about like how to actually like look for lore in these games. Because that's a surprising question that comes up a bit frequently. It's like, how do you look for lore? Like, how do you learn the lore of these games? So I think that might be valuable to some people. And then to kind of go along with that, I was also thinking of potentially making a video about how to make lore videos. Because I know that there's a lot of people out there who would like to make their own kind of content, but they just don't feel comfortable doing it for one reason or another. So maybe if I made a video about that kind of thing, it could make some people a bit more comfortable about that. So yeah. These guys aggro or not? Yes. Let me try to look at chat here real quick. Or maybe I should go forward. Oh, I could go in here and this spot's a little bit safer if I remember correctly. I think there's something dangerous over here. First word, Great Shield. Okay, I know about that. Okay, this should be a safe spot. So Kerm says, hang in there, we're all in the same boat. Yeah, especially with like the pandemic and things. Hopefully that'll, you know, get settled down pretty soon. But yeah. It's good to have people that will support each other for sure. And so I do hope that this community can become a welcoming environment for many people. Professor Gomez says, Am I going to make Lost in Translation videos of other FromSoft games besides Bloodborne? Yes. So there, as I mentioned a bit more throughout the very beginning of the stream, I did look at some of like the words chosen for like pyromancy and sorcery. So pyromancy can be maybe more directly related to curses. I think that's a good read into it. I want to look into that a bit more deeply for myself. But aside from that, there are some like other discrepancies between the texts that I think are interesting. Like, I don't really think it changes the lore a whole lot from what I've said or seen, but that might be a bit better for other people to decide who are a bit more familiar with the lore. So I do intend to release more Dark Souls focused translation videos. And maybe if I do look at the lore of Dark Souls, I would do it in the more broader thematic senses, as we've been kind of talking about some of the themes throughout the stream. Yeah. Comrade says, yeah, you definitely dig the community, plus all the lore and exploration of your favorite games helps with your world building and writing. You're with Victorious FAG as well as that you're antisocial, and this helps. I think we might all be to a smaller degree a little bit antisocial, but I don't necessarily see that as a bad thing. It's as long as you're able to connect with people, even if it isn't like maybe so much in your current physical environment. That's kind of only one aspect to, I think, personhood. And so I think you can still gain a lot of meaning and worth or value out of like connecting with people online as well. Sometimes it's a bit easier to do so without like so many of the hangups of actually meeting people. So that's the shortcut. So that's where we came in earlier where the crystal thing was, the crystal lizard. So it just ties all that back together. And that's already taken care of. And Comrade says, those all sound like great ideas. Okay, thanks. Yeah, I do think that people would be interested in that. And then it just takes a bit of time, especially with streaming as well, taking up a decent amount of my day. So El Gusto says, you got the impression they were going to have the Pus of Men turn out to be the emerging primordial serpents for the next cycle, but it got cut for time. Do you think any of them survived? I kind of don't, and part of my rationale for that might be related to what was shown in the Discord, where like there's that painting of like two women like killing or crushing snakes, and the fact that Yuria mentions that like she was unable to fulfill Koth's dying will does lead me to believe that the primordial serpents have vanished or died out, just because we really don't see them meddling in this game, at least not directly like they used to. Seems like I'm fat rolling again. How did that happen? Oh, because of the torch. That makes sense. Rip. Actually, we should be done with that portion for now. Watch me regret this later. So we got some rusted coins. I'm not worried about the coins. Although there is some cool lore with the faces on them. But got like a weeping woman. I think other people have kind of figured out who this woman is supposed to represent, but I don't remember off the top of my head. And so that's kind of generic. One of the things that I like to do is just kind of look at some of the designs of the statues. If you're like familiar with my Art of Bloodborne video, because sometimes there can be some surprising like parallels. So that symbol, like that flower right there, kind of reminds me of the almost plum looking like flower that you can find in like some of the Fumarian Chalice dungeons, as well as some of the graves in Bloodborne. So that might just be a reused asset, just on like a different statue. Oh, and I guess I should just show that, you know, this door is closed, at least from this side. So we do get some more of the statues, although these ones seem to be growing like wings, so that's interesting. So yeah, maybe they are supposed to be more like dragons or corrupted style angels to a certain extent. Oops. So as I pointed out earlier, that's the giant on top of the tower from the undead settlement, and that's what was raining down those spears over by those undead earlier. So Merc says, you believe the only references to the serpents are the Yuria's dialogue and the statues in the Dragon Slayer's arena. There's also... Is the Dragon Slayer's arena the place by Midir? Because I know that like the weird looking primordial serpent statues show up there as well. Victoria says, you've been playing FromSoft games for 3 years and never played co-op till you found this community. Never even wanted to, but these folks are just so inviting and cool. That's awesome, man. And you're even considering a headset to speak to another human? That's awesome, man. Yeah. Anything to break the shell, I guess. Definitely glad to hear that. So this place can be quite annoying. Really? I think that might stop Estes recovery. It's been a while since I've been over here. Didn't do a ton of damage. Rip. Yeah, so when they do immolate themselves, they do end up killing themselves, which is weird. I was trying to get the iframes from the backstab, but that just totally did not work out. So this area is kind of cool. It's kind of easy to die here. I might just run ahead to go for the bonfire and then come back. Don't know if that's what I want to do or not. That dude's not going to win a football scholarship anytime soon, that's for sure. Oh, and so that dude came out of his little tower. He's going to piss me off, so I'm going to go ahead and kill him. I've actually fallen off here a few times, kind of like on autopilot. Okay. So Kerm says, none of your friends play FromSoft games because of the notorious difficulty, so you don't have anyone to talk to about the lore about. The community always makes it worth it. Yeah. There's also like a difference between people who like play these games for fun. I don't know if this means I don't play for fun. People who play these games for fun versus those who like really like to delve into its lore, or those who just like might look at the lore a bit more casually. So yeah, that also makes it a lot harder to find people like in real life who are like interested in the lore. And because it's such like an involved topic, it's a little bit hard to talk about in real life for sure. But I don't think that's a bad thing. It's just a bit hard to find that kind of common ground at times. So we get some of the thralls with flamberges. Damn it. Get those iframes in action. Okay. We should be good now. Oh, a little bit lower than I thought. Okay, we got 5 of those left. We should be fine. So Professor Gomez says, as an English and second language professor, you find the Lost in Translation videos very interesting. Thank you. I do appreciate that. Yeah, so part of the thing is it is a bit of a difference in skills of like being able to translate the text. It's also a different skill to be able to like interpret the lore based on the translations. So that's something where like I do definitely wish there were like more people translating, but if only like so that people could either corroborate or like even repudiate what I say, just because I think it's valuable to have like those different kinds of discussions about the languages. So as I've plugged in before, like Aruki Mania has also looked at the Bloodborne translations. It's really cool when our translations like line up almost word for word sometimes, and they don't kind of match the English. So we got the Evangelist. Oof. Like what looks to be like preaching a sermon there. It's kind of cool. I thought I missed that backstab. Like normal. Uh-oh. Don't cleanse my curse. We get some more undead hunter charms. I don't think there's anything else over here. But we can look down and see, maybe not so much from this vantage point. But that's the guy that we saw earlier. We picked up the poison bite ring. which I did not read. I'll probably just ignore it for now. So Ramus says, so often people believe that this cathedral was invaded by the Deep Apostles, and it was originally a cathedral to Kaitha, which is why inside the cathedral her statues are covered or obscured by newer ones. Gale is praying to a weeping woman obscured by new statues. Okay, so you think Gale is praying to Kaitha? I think that's probably a good assessment there. We get another thrall. 2 of them, actually. Cool. More red bug pellets, and that'll help us get rid of the bleeding effect, which is what the maggots use, I think. So I think you actually have to jump to get up there. Maybe not. Maybe that's a death sentence. Yeah, that's got to be the death sentence. So these dudes are cool. Forward camera. So yeah, Kaitha, that could definitely be true. I'm not entirely sure myself, just because I don't know it super well off the top of my head. And I think, yep. Wow. Double wow. A lot of jump scares and ambushes. Finally forgot him. Weird. If I remember correctly, there's something like 2 of the dudes in that room, which is kind of hard to deal with. And then that guy's up there. Soul of a Nameless Soldier. Okay. Tanner says, that is an interesting idea. Wouldn't surprise you with Aldrich's sudden rise to sainthood. Yeah, and so they might have taken over this cathedral here and then just kind of repurposed it for themselves. Oh yeah, that guy's over there. I thought there was something else up here. So you can see like a goofy looking shadow because there is a thrall up there. Hanging from there. So I think if we pull out the bow, we can actually just shoot it down. That might be relevant later. Yes. Some bombastic tambourine. Welcome to the chat. It's nice to see you in the stream. Brisson says to El Degusto that the primordial serpent statues in Lothric Castle seem to suggest that either Prince Lothric was influenced by a primordial serpent, or they somehow found out about them after the fact. Yeah, so the primordial serpent's treatment in this game is a bit weird. You'd expect something more. Okay, this was the dude I was thinking about. Well, not really. Like, I do know like this next room was annoying as crap. To go at it straight forward. I think we just needed to kite one of these dudes out and then try to get the other one as well. Okay, so there was 2 of them. That was weird. Lost my sound for a second. Oh, there's a little bench there. Okay. So Bilbo Baggins, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you. And Victorious says hello to Bombastic Tambourine. Tambourine says, as everyone knows, the tambourine is the hardest instrument to play. Maybe the hardest instrument to listen to. That one might win a scholarship. Okay. And now I'm starting to run a little bit low on the Estus. No treasure there. And so this is like the front entrance. Well, not really like the front entrance. The front entrance is like way below us, but it's kind of like dilapidated and broken. This is the first way that we can get in, I think. Yeah. Dynamic Flashy, welcome back. You said this area was your first real wall in this game? Yeah, I could see that. It's pretty long for this game, especially if you don't know where like the bonfire is. And oh yeah, these things are really weak to fire. I guess I should have stayed with the torch. No idea how much damage I'm doing either. I know these things will take forever to kill. So yeah, looking into it, we can see like a few like skulls almost coming out of it and like bones. So they're probably like related to like the pus of men or like flesh in general. That's actually a cool statue. Oh yeah, I forgot that these like poop on you. Let's go ahead and equip the torch again. Hopefully I can use both. It looks like there's just some random growths coming out of it. Maybe a little bit separate from the maggots. This room that's got a ton of the dudes? Yeah. Trying to remember exactly where that next bonfire is. I think it's past those guys. Like over there. At least that's like the shortcut to it. But yeah, I'm probably just going to try to run past them. If they're not super difficult, they're a little bit tedious right now. So Merk Merkington says tambourine still requires some decent rhythm. Don't sleep on it. Yeah, their sounds just pierce the walls. Like when I was in college, there's the dude who used the tambourine all the time with his hippie friends in my dorm room, and it just got a bit annoying when you're trying to sleep at 3 a.m. on a Wednesday. Okay, yeah, I can remember now. A little bit. So if I die, don't blame me. Thought there was something over to the right. That might just be the drop to where the thing is. The dirt dude. Yeah. Is it 2 sets of elevators over here? Or something like that? Okay, so this is the big door. Okay. So now we're back to the Chapel of Cleansing. So that's perfect. And you said that this thing does cover... Okay, yeah, so this is a better vantage point. I think I still got the binoculars out because I always forget to switch. So yeah, that's Kaitha. So yeah. Because, yeah, she would be the Weeping Goddess. That would line up. Interesting. Because she's certainly not visible from the front, like right up front. So it does seem like a pretty crappy attempt to just kind of cover up the indigenous religion, I suppose. Let's go back to the Firelink Shrine, upgrade the weapon, and maybe level up. I don't think I have enough souls at this point, but we'll see. Rip little thrall dude. Ramus says, you believe it could be an old Lothric castle since the knights we find here are implied to work for Orsyros. Interesting. I'll have to look at some of their sets if we get it.
Ah, well met. 'Tis good to see ye, wasn't it?
That one. Gut sword. It's a pretty hefty upgrade for sure. And we can upgrade it again. Let's actually infuse it with strength, because I mean, why the hell wouldn't you? .41 difference on just the scaling, which is a lot for only 9 points. So yeah, that's a pretty big upgrade for right now. And then we'll reinforce it further. A lot of damage.
Pretty be careful.
So fat rolling.
Welcome us. Very well then taken.
Oh yeah, definitely not close enough.
Farewell, I made the flip.
Or was there something else I was going to buy? Was it from her?
Ah,
Don't remember. Rip my memory. Should probably get some of these now. Not that we need them yet.
Ashen one.
Okay. So going back to the chat, Nightingale says, have we talked about Velka in the other streams yet? Curious what people's take on her is, since she's very mysterious but also influential in the lore. Very, very briefly, not very much in depth at all. So as far as Velka goes, I think the English calls her a rogue deity, but I believe the Japanese can be read that she's a heretical deity, so she might be against the other kind of deities that Gwyn represents. We do know that her power is respected by the other gods, so she must have considerable power. She has the power to remove sins in all of the games, of course, so she seems to kind of reside over sins. And I don't necessarily think that's supposed to be connected with like the profaned capital or that variant of sin. So yeah, I do wonder like where she ties into that, as well as like part of the themes of like Dark Souls 2. I don't think this is one of those secret elevators either with anything underneath. Let's go ahead and check it now. I'm pretty confident it isn't, but now that I'm wondering, I'll forever regret not checking. Pretty sure it's just a fall to the death. Yeah. Okay. Here's the switch. So Dorna says, who are those hooded guys, the ones with the double swords? They remind you of the Bloodborne enemies who look like they're from Lords of the Ring. The ones with the double sword. Not sure. Oh, okay, the ones with the two. Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head right now. But they'll probably drop an item that will explain them a bit more. So these dudes are kind of like Deacons of the Deep. They've got red eyes. So it could just show like they're probably possessed with certain types of emotions. Like these ones, I mean, obviously we just upgraded the ever-living crap out of the weapon. But maybe they might not have like a ton of health to begin with anyway. So the hooded dude's outside. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, unfortunately. So I'll just go back that way. I'll ignore the slime. And I don't think we'll see those guys quite outside, but apparently these ones might over here might be related to Lothric. So these guys, okay. Should parry them. What am I doing? That got lucky. I thought I was gonna screw that up. stopping anything? Oop. That time I couldn't parry. I was out of stamina. Oh, I should have sent the elevator back down. Rookie mistake. I'll blame Dornish and not my lack of skill there. Tanner says to Nightingale, we did briefly last week, her ties to dark magic in Dark Souls 1. Oh yeah, and so thank you for bringing that back up because I forgot. So yeah, some of the Velka's magics do seem to be like preserved, at least in the form of like Londor. So Velka might have been more allied with like humans. Not that I think like she has a direct hand in like Londor at this point, but like the Vow of Silence or Profound Still, I think it might be called, a Profound Silence, something like that. Londor uses to carry out their assassinations, which is why like the Sable Church Sisters are all like really good swordsmen, because they will use the Profound Still spell to inhibit other people's magic and then just kill them that way. So they're defenseless essentially. But that spell did originally come from Velka. Not that I really believe anybody in Dark Souls 3's timeline truly believes much in her anymore. And so Tambourine says, does FIG stand for something? And got the fat roll still. The funny thing is, I don't think those things are even quite as loud as the damn crows from Bloodborne. Definitely scary, but maybe not quite as loud. Okay, sweet. The Grave Wardens. Oh, okay. That'll definitely give us some good answers. Maybe not good answers, but they'll clear up some of the mystery, hopefully. So this is the Grave Warden skirt, rotting, tattered skirt. Attire of Grave Wardens at the Cathedral of the Deep. Grave Wardens were tasked with disposing of the ever-rising corpses that plagued the cathedral. Their clothes are utterly putrid, drenched in blood and mucilage of their undertaking. They're just drenched in the blood and mucilage of their undertaking. So, yeah, pretty nondescript janitors, it seems like. Nightingale says, thank you, gotta check that one out later. Do you still know what area we were in by any chance when we talked about Velka? I think it was when we were by the Velka statue in the Undead Settlement. I think that would have been the most natural point. I don't remember if we talked about the spells quite then, but that would be my best guess based on my hazy recollection of my own actions. Kerm says, Rom is your most hated boss, by the way, but you'll help. Oh, okay, for summoning. And yeah, as Tanner says, we're in the latter portion of the Undead Settlement fighting Egon. Yeah, that would make sense. Flashy says to Kerm that you watched the Bloodborne translation video, and you were pleased to learn that Rom is quite literally the stupid spider. Rip. Poor Rom. Probably should have looked up, so... Seems like they're all... Oh, schnikes. Oh, double schnikes. That's a pretty big... Ooh, nice delay on that attack. The slow rolling is a bit rough for now. Good thing I did not try to heal. How much did that heal me? Okay, all the way. So yeah, the Undead Bone Shard is definitely making a pretty big influence on the heals. So it looked like they were praying to this thing, so I don't know. A bit weird. So Tambourine says, you've always wondered about what storylines have been cut or never made it past the initial planning stages of game development, like the time travel stuff from Dark Souls 2. Yeah, and that's part of the reason why I do want them to take their time with like Elden Ring to actually flesh that kind of thing out a bit more. But I'm sure like years down the line we're gonna look at all of the cut content of Elden Ring and be like, why? Just because like that's kind of the fate of all of the Soulsborne games. I guess maybe not so much for Sekiro now that I think about it, but I think they did a better job of scrubbing it. So who knows? And then we get to everybody's favorite poop giant over here. Some scary stuff. We got a sad little giant. You can just cheese the crap out of him by shooting him with 1,000 arrows, essentially. So he might kill us, because I don't really feel like cheesing that. I think you can also hit his hands. Don't remember if this spot is safe. I doubt it. Oh, I guess not. I mean, I guess it is safe. Rip. That's painful. Trying to get him in that wind up time. Good sword ring. Oh, that's Rip. I could have just dealt with the giant first and then come back to this area, but what fun is that? Comrade Dorner says that's a big mofo. Colt, welcome to the stream. You said, has anyone noticed the executioners in Bloodborne have a women's face on their belly button? It resembles the face of Koss. Umbilical cord much? Oh, so you mean the butcher-style enemies. I know that the art book calls them executioners, but I tend to not do that just because it can get a bit confusing with the healing church style of executioner. Oh, I didn't do the elevator again. With the healing church executioners. So, as far as the Japanese name goes, it's closer to like butcher or like dissector would be what I would go with. And for those ones, they do have a woman's face on them. I'm not sure who that woman is supposed to be, or that figure is supposed to be. It resembles the face of Koss or the umbilical cord. So, Kerm says, is it definitive that Ram was an artificial Great One or kin? No, it is not. So the idea that Ram isn't a true Great One is kind of more fan canon. I think that was first posited by Redgrave. If you look at her trophy description, she's very clearly called the Great One. So, I mean, yeah. As in terms of her being artificial or like man-made, that is a bit more questionable, or like whether or not she was influenced upon by other Great Ones to become a Great One herself. Oof. How much damage does that do? Okay. I was trying to hit it. That's cool though. Okay, so that corner doesn't stop that. Not good enough. Floating bolts. It's not worth all these fat rolls. Oh my gosh. Alright, we'll deal with that giant in a little bit. So yeah, while Ram is a kin type enemy, that doesn't necessarily mean she is not a Great One herself. I think that's all I'll say about Ram for now. And so we do get some more thralls up on the ceilings over here. Easy to drop down and miss ambushed. That's funny. And then we get, I think, like a huge giant knight over there. It's kind of cool and a little bit tough to deal with. Oh, we forgot. No, I didn't forget. I just haven't read it yet. That's a lot faster to deal with it that way. So the sword ring. So this is ring given to knights by the way of white. Depicts Allfather Lloyd's sword of law. Boosts attack power when HP is full. Much time has passed since the worship of Lloyd was common in the way of white. The clerics of Kareem had always strongly asserted that Lloyd was a derivative fraud and that the Allfather title was self-proclaimed. So we kind of already talked about all of that with the shield one, and of course, like, if Lloyd was around in the time of Gwyn, it would have challenged Gwyn's authority, so, like, it would be in the way of white's interest to contest that claim to the title of Allfather. Angelist hat. Let's check out the chat. Ramus says, Sekiro, to be fair, is a closed-off narrative. You don't know how you feel when people put it together with the other Souls-esque games like Daemons and Bloodborne. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it kind of... It feels like a lot of, like, apples and oranges, honestly. Like, even though people say, like, Soulsborne Kiro, like, the Kiro part definitely feels a bit tacked on, I think. I think we have something else to do up top before we're going back down that way. But there's like a ladder. Oh, no, okay, I remember. Not quite yet. Probably don't even need to deal with these archers. I don't remember if the giant can even hit me from over here. I don't think so. But unfortunately, I am not dexterous enough to deal with shooting a bow and arrow. I don't want to drop down because it'll just tie back in together. Forward. I think one of these was a mimic. Breathe. I think the chain also comes out on the left. I always forget what the tells are. Oh yeah, no, that bitch is breathing. Oh. Nah, I was gonna use an item, but I don't feel like it. Oof. The Deep Braille Divine Tome. Sweet. Okay, it doesn't look like there's another statue behind this altar here. I'll catch up on chat, and then I'll read the tome. Yeah, so Gomez says, check my weight to avoid fat rolling to fight that night. Yeah, I need to unequip the torch or just level up maybe like even once. So thanks for reminding me. Merkington says, to Kerm, you're curious if at any point in development Abritus was supposed to be Koss. It would explain the Rom corpse in the arena. If you've seen my story video about Bloodborne, I do talk about in cut content. Originally, Abritus was named Koss internally, and the moon presence was called Abritus. So there was that bit of a name shift. And I don't know if they might have already recorded the dialogue or forgot about it, but there is that potential that the Koss that McLash praised to could have at one point been intended to have been Abritus, but I guess we just kind of have to deal with what we have in the retail build of the game. So El Gusto says, back you were listening while working, you were going to say that Dark Souls 2, they very much tie curses to pyromancy. They had hexes as the combination of pyromancy and sorcery. So was that connotation there before Dark Souls 2? Yes, I believe so. because Manus's like pursuer spell is listed as a sorcery, and when we consider that like the demons used flame sorceries, I think there's a much easier way to tie in like all of that kind of stuff to each other, like flame sorcery, dark sorcery, souls being related to sorcery, like they kind of all are still tied together even before Dark Souls 2 a little bit. But it takes a little bit of looking into, I suppose. Bridge, welcome back to the stream. You said, hello everyone. I hope you're all doing great. Gotta catch up on work, but you'll be here in spirit. Thank you for stopping in. Alex says you don't like the Sekiro parry simulator. That's unfortunate. It's fun. I think it just gets a bit too good at being a parry simulator, so there's less incentive to play like New Game Plus, especially without like co-op or like different builds, really. Occult says, happy working, Bridge. You responded to a couple of your comments on some of the other Bloodborne lore videos. And yeah, sometimes I don't get like a lot of the alerts for comments, so if I miss some of your guys' comments on my videos, I'm sorry. Sometimes YouTube just isn't the best at alerting me. Not that I reply to a lot of the comments, just because YouTube comment sections are not like the most conducive for discussions. So that's why I do plug the Discord a bit more. That bitch is breathing. Term the Derm says, that's what leads you to believe Abritus created Rom, or at least helped, and it was Abritus' child, so to speak. She might have been in earlier access. You're not sure. That says, Eldegusta says, Kos created Rom. Abritus was just a similar left behind, kind of not cool kid, great one. Merc says you tried the Sekiro co-op mod and the game super broke. I believe it. Okay. So, the Deep Braille Divine Tome. This is a Braille Divine Tome of the Deep, belonging to the Deacons of the Cathedral. Give this to a storyteller to learn miracles of the deep. Intended to teach divine protection to the Deacons of the Deep, but later dark tales were added to its pages, such that it is now considered a thing profane. Interesting that they use the word profane here. I obviously don't think that like ties into the profane city or capital. I don't think that might be like sin. Maybe it is sinful, but my initial reaction would be it might be related to kegare and like impurity in the Japanese sense, and that'll come up a bit more. And that does remind me, we got, oh yeah, the curse shield thing. I was looking at that earlier as well. It just kind of came up in some of the things that I was looking at. Let me get a little bit of water first. So this is a great shield given to those who resisted the curse long ago. Far too heavy for an ordinary person, perhaps it signifies the foolishness of resisting the curse. And yet, those who bear the weight of this shield will not find its protection against curses wanting. So this is a pretty interesting that it's a curse ward great shield. I think this was also made of wood. I don't remember. I don't think this says it in English, but maybe it was in the Japanese, or maybe I just was misinterpreting word as wood. That kind of acute dyslexia that I think I have sometimes, but okay. So that was the item that we picked up in the tower when I pointed out the dragon, or why do I keep saying dragon instead of giant? When I pointed out the giant earlier. And thank you, Professor Gomez, for reminding me. So this giant thing is kind of cool. I guess it's not really a giant. Kind of reminds me of like the Baldur Knights from Dark Souls 1. Oh, that was my chance. Wait. No item drop. Oh, no. So the next room is objectively terrifying, and then going up here leads to the poop giant. Jeez, I keep saying dragon. I might not actually be saying dragon, but that's because I'm stopping myself. That time I was starting to say it though. That's a trap. Because I think it's like literally over this door. Yeah, I was right. Okay. So this thing is pretty terrifying. We can even find one in Anne Orlando, right before the big old doors. So let's try to get a decent look at this thing. Damn it. Forget I can't move with this. So it doesn't have any long-range attacks, so you can kind of cheese it. Oh, that's awesome. I'd never noticed all of the skeletons on its back. What the hell is this thing? I know there's like I think a ring or something which describes it a bit. Let's go with the cinematic pan up. Good enough for me. Flashy says, you add the Kira part only when referring to the games by Miyazaki, but you don't consider it the same genre as Dark Souls and Bloodborne. And so, Firebird, welcome to the stream. You said, do I think linking the fire is a good thing? I personally do not. I think it kind of extends a really a system that ends up hurting more people than it saves. Oh, wow. That was a little bit slow. I think that was a visceral attempt or opportunity. And yeah, so with linking the flame, I think it's more of a temporary solution to a really big problem. But damn it. Aldrich's Sapphire. Okay, that's awesome. So that's the item that'll tell us more about it. Remember to lure people into this crazy arena? Man, I don't remember what I have equipped now. Okay. So we get like a rat almost kind of on the walls here. And pretty much the statues are the same. But I'll read Aldrich's Sapphire and check out the chat. Let me just go back up. Curse Ward, Great Shield seems like a shout out to the Penetrator boss, if you remember correctly the name. Oh, you mean the Pursuer? Yeah. Yeah, okay, Penetrators, Demon Souls. That shield is a reference to Dark Souls 2, including the wording of wanting. Pursuer, that's the one. Okay, yeah. Those guys are cursed by the deep. What a handsome dog. Kerm says, you have to ask yourself, why would Koss create Ram? Only the fishing hamlet prayed to Koss, and none of them became great ones or kin. Varieties creating Ram makes more sense and has more evidence. I personally agree with that. And I think you could also just like chalk it up to Mikolash being mad, and so he might not exactly know what he's talking about, but like to leave that aside for now. And Venom says, oh, well, I don't think I welcomed you back to the stream. Nice to see you again today. You said they're even referred to internally as deep beasts or something. Okay. El Gusto says, you think that Velka's either using humanity as a vessel for punishing the gods for sin, or she might have been involved with making the undead. She's tied to the Londor Sable Church and the Asylum Crow. I don't really know if she herself is like tied to the church or if the church is really just kind of using her. I don't really think we have much hint of the agency of Velka in the plans. Once I go through this and read this ring, I'll need to probably go AFK for a little bit just to let my fluffy animal to a place that's not inside. And I'm trying to use those words to not trigger her right now because she's begging me. So to Colt, can anyone explain why they're getting Koss being responsible for the creation of Ram? Part of it is from Mikolash's dialogue, and part of it is also just like a fan theory that was more popular before the DLC got released. So Koss was more of a figure that was more easily relatable to Ram than what we get, I think, in the final build of the game. So Brisson says, yeah, the Koss Ram thing is super weird. From one of my videos, it seems like Abratus was initially going to be called Koss, so maybe Mikolash wasn't changed Nicolash's dialogue wasn't changed when she became Ebratus. So yeah, and then you said either that or the corpse of Koss was somehow used to create Rom when the hamlet was pillaged, but it makes more sense that Bergenworth communed with Ebratus to make Rom. Yeah, that's how I feel personally, but I mean, that also depends on how much you want to tie into or believe cut content. So, a person with the Cyrillic name, I failed to know what to call you, but thank you for your nice comment. And then, so while you guys are talking about Bloodborne, I will go ahead and read this, and then I'll step away really quickly to deal with my furry friend. So this is a malformed ring left by Aldrich, Saint of the Deep. Recovers FP from critical attacks. Aldrich, infamous for his appetite for flesh, apparently had the desire to share with others his joy of imbibing the final shudders of life while luxuriating in his victim's screams. So yeah, that's a pretty metal thought. So it's kind of interesting that that monster that we just fought was carrying this, and so we might be able to assume from that this ring might have been responsible for its transformation to a certain degree. And so with that out of the way, I will go AFK for maybe a few minutes just to let her out and wipe her feet. So I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. Sorry for that little delay. My dog isn't very consistent or considerate of other people's time. So yeah. Let's try to catch up with chat a little bit, and then we'll proceed. It's mostly about Bloodborne stuff? Okay. Just for like the sake of trying to stay on topic with the Dark Souls, I'll kind of ignore the Bloodborne stuff a little bit for now. Not that I have anything against you guys talking about Bloodborne by any means, you're welcome to do so. Just a little bit trying to manage the time a bit better, because it's a little bit slow going through with like these lore throughs with as much depth as we have been doing. So yeah. So for the sake of moving things on, okay. If so we got that giant over there. Let's check out my stats. I might want to heal before dealing with it. Okay. Although it can be kind of a pain to deal with it from down here, just because I am slowed. As you see, like, these giants do have like a bunch of chains in them. But for some reason he has much less accuracy trying to deal with little man on the ground than us on the catwalks from up above. Poor little dragon. So, why do I keep saying dragon? Poor little giant. He gives us a large titanite shard and a pile of poop. So Colt says, since you'd like me to switch, or like the chat to switch to Dark Souls 3 lore, you will abide and switch to your frame of mind. You've just really been into Bloodborne lately. No, it's completely understandable, and like a lot of the games really do tie into each other. But just like I was saying, like in order for me to manage the time a bit better, just because like these streams do go pretty long, I don't want to get too distracted by off-topic stuff. And while I obviously love Bloodborne, it just it can really devolve into its own kind of a rabbit hole, which makes it harder to focus on the Dark Souls stuff as well. We get the Maiden set, which is nice. On my last Dark Souls 1 playthrough, I was using the entire like Black Iron Tarkus set and the Maiden skirt, so there's a little bit of a sentimental fondness for the Maiden set on my behalf. So this is a white skirt worn by traveling maidens, part of their formal attire regardless of rank. It is soft and well made, but ill-suited for use in battle. So, despite that, it really does have a ton of utility for like magic resistance. Better than the cleric trousers. It weighs slightly more, and it is worse against like most of the physical style stuff. But it's also got a decent amount of curse resistance, and yeah. I might actually equip it again. Maybe not, I don't know. As far as like worrying about my weight, probably just use the gloves and then put the torch back on. Hopefully it'll be good enough. Yeah, okay. We got some white gloves to match our frilly shirt and our goofy little hat. And I think the chest or the set piece. Okay, yeah, pretty much all the same. So this is the actual front entrance, I believe, to the cathedral. It doesn't really lead anywhere because like the entrance is kind of dilapidated. We get the Saint Bident. Really cool. So we get some more of the Kaitha statues. And if we look out down there, that's the Farron Swamp, the Farron Keep Swamp. The Homeward Bone. Thought there was a way down there which led to that one item that was glowing from way earlier. Although I might need to go back to the place over by the Abyss Walkers and like hop down the cliffs over there. Maybe that was it. Because there was like some glowing items over on a cliff down there. So we might need to go back. So El Gusto said, yeah, it would have been so cool to get an ocean-based Dark Souls game, Age of the Deep. For sure. And sexy giant toes. Nightingale says, could the Age of the Deep, that Aldrich Saw, be the wasteland that we see at the end of the Ring City? That's a good possibility. Especially if, like... Are they called human dregs? No. What's it called in this game? Yeah, no, they are called human dregs. If human dregs, like, form the bedrock of the world, could that be what Aldrich Saw? Maybe. That doesn't really align well with what I think the normal view of what an ocean would be, though, so it's hard to say. So we get another wandering giant, not so giant creature, accompanied by some thralls. Oh, I forget it has a shield bash. Just trying to backstab it. Oh, no. What did that not count? I guess I deal enough damage where I shouldn't fish for that kind of thing. So we get a Great Mace and a Cathedral Knight Great Shield. Okay, sweet. Oh, okay. It's a large mace wielded by the Knights of the Cathedral of the Deep. The extremely heavy strike attacks of this weapon are devastating and will break weaker shields with a single blow. Wielding such a weapon will require inhuman strength. It's true, I don't even have enough strength yet. Interesting. And then the shield? Oh, okay. It's a great shield. So, a heavy iron shield used by the Knights of the Cathedral of the Deep. The blessings of the cathedral have granted it high dark absorption. The face of the shield is decorated with the emblem of an old king of Lothric, a bold image of a great bird gazing skywards. And going on the topic of birds, they're often related to like the sun, so that's another possible tie to like the lineage of Gwyn, although if Lothric is more of a man, I don't really know how that's supposed to go together, especially with Aldrich having devoured a certain god later on. So, Brisson says the Age of the Deep is the most unexplained part of Dark Souls 3 in your opinion. I think for Dark Souls 3, like on its own, I would agree with you. I think that overall theme does get expanded on a bit more with Sekiro and Bloodborne to a certain extent, and I do want to, like, that ties into like the whole stagnation thing, that video that I want to go into. So Brisson says to Flashy that the Discord is easy to use and you can just use it in a web browser if you don't want the app. Join us. Yeah, so the Discord is a really convenient app. You can use it on phones or just the browser if you don't want to like install any programs on your computer or your phone. And it's a really nice like chat room style forum where we can share links, videos, images, and reactions and emojis and all that fun stuff. So Colt says you don't have anyone to talk about Bloodborne lore with, so this is new for you. You should look into Discord. Absolutely, for sure. And we'd all be glad to have more people to talk with the lore talk about the lore with. So Flashy says you'll check it out for sure, Brisson. Okay, let me go ahead and drop in that Discord link again for those who want to join us. And yeah. El Gusto says, so Gale does the whole Gale indication. So Gale does the whole Gale indication just mean humanity is in the blood and always has been? And did Gale then eat like all of humanity or just the Ring City populace? So yeah, that's one of the weird things with Gale and like the blood of the Dark Soul. I don't know entirely what to make of that myself. Like the blood of the Dark Soul, yeah, that's kind of always been a bit weird to me. We'll talk about that a bit more later when we get closer to it, and it might be easier to talk about with all that context available to us. So El Gusto says you like to think the deep is like the ash lake, the bottom of the world where the dregs sink to. Yeah, I think that's a fair idea. There's probably a bit more to it, but yeah. Nightingale says, well, the view we see at Filionor's Rest also looks wave-like, so that could be another interpretation. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know what to make of that, but interesting thoughts to keep in our minds. Colt says, the Cathedral Knights used Blessed Weapon, a miracle. It is a strange juxtaposition next to the Deacons who use Dark and Fire. Is there a correlation? Did the Deacons once use miracles and were corrupted? Yes, actually we did look at that Divine Tome, and I'll try to remind me to look at the Cathedral Knight Great Shield if we don't. So if we look at that Divine Tome again, it is a tome of miracles. So the Deep Braille Divine Tome lets us learn the miracles of the deep. And so it was intended to teach divine protection to the deacons of the deep, but later the Dark Tales were added to its pages such that it is now considered profane. So it does take miracles and what would normally be associated with divinity, but it taints them or corrupts them in such a way that it becomes profane. And that's why the deep is a terrible, dangerous thing to a certain extent. And that's probably why like the Way of White might have had a lot more issues with like Aldrich and Sullivan, and why we might find like the Paladin's ashes nearby, as well as like the Maiden set, because the Maiden set was associated with the Way of White in Dark Souls 1 as well. Flashy says you've always interpreted it as Gale ate so many of the pygmies' dried blood that he became the embodiment of the Dark Soul. So when he bled, it was like the blood of the Dark Soul. I think that's a fair interpretation. And then Resan says, yeah, there is some items somewhere talking about how the Cathedral of the Deep used to be about helping bringing about the linking of the flame, but it got corrupted by the Pontiff. And so, yeah, that might also tie into like the capital of sin, the profane capital, and what kind of flame the actual profaned flame is. But there does seem to be a disconnect even between Aldrich and Sullivan, and so like the deep seems to be more Aldrich's kind of thing that goes beyond the profaned flame, which is kind of tinged with the abyss maybe. But yeah, cool stuff to keep in mind. Merc says that's also why Gale goes hollow when he sees the blood. He's completed his mission, but now all he has is one more undead to kill. That's a really good point. I think that might be right on the money. Because as soon as you like complete what you're trying, or like as soon as you fulfill your mission, you do kind of lose your sanity in these games, as shown to us by Siegmeyer in Dark Souls 1 and Sieglind. Resan says you think he was eating their souls like how players can consume souls as currency to level up, and it mixed in with his blood. And then El Gusto says you think that the gods ended up founding many of the dynasties of the noble houses of the mortal world. And let me go back to the shield, and then I'll catch up with Tanner and y'all. So this is a heavy iron shield used by the Knights of the Cathedral of the Deep. The blessings of the Cathedral have granted it high dark absorption. Okay, it's pretty much the exact same as the mace. Not too big a deal. Tanner says that they read something that the Deep is the world itself trying to end the Age of Fire, snuff out all fire with a great flood. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. These things are too short. I keep whiffing. So nothing over here. Just trying to look at the symbols on this, see if there's anything. That almost looks like a triangle, so it looks like there's two people by it. Yeah, I don't know. So, yeah, I don't know if the deep itself is trying to, like, smother the flame, or if it's just kind of a natural consequence of continuing to prolong the cycles with fire and all that. So yeah, trying to give it agency is a bit strange to me, but whether or not it was intentionally done versus something that naturally occurs. So this is the other elevator. Do I want to go up here yet? I may as well, I think. That's a little secret shortcut, because there's always a secret shortcut with elevators in these games. And so this is the dude that was shooting at us earlier. Maybe that one isn't a shortcut. I don't remember. Now I want to test. Yeah, I think so. Because I don't want to step out here. Because it doesn't lead... Oh, no idea. I just don't want to go completely off the rail. It has been a little bit since I've played. Okay. The Breeson says, so it seems like the deep can have miracles too. The Cathedral Knights might still be corrupted away from the gods even if they use miracles. So Ramus says, you always understood the deep as the age of stillness. Water in Dark Souls is often used to seal things away. Yeah, and that's another thing. So like, the deep is originally tied to stillness and tranquility, but because things have been going and stagnating, it's causing certain things to fester, and that might be explained a bit more with this deep ring. I don't remember. So this is a ring bestowed upon the deacons of the Cathedral of the Deep. Allows attunement of additional spells. In the cathedral slumber things most terrible, and as such, the deacons require a grand narrative to ensure they do not falter in their duty. A philosophy to ward away the madness beckoned by the grotesqueries at hand. So that's a kind of terrible indication of what it actually does. For the deacons, at least. So it allows additional spells. So it seems like they were practicing some kind of like cognitive dissonance as to what they were doing there, which shouldn't be too surprising. Yeah, not too sure what else I want to say about that. Is that up? So the thralls from earlier will crawl up towards us. Ow. Attack. So we can still see those goofy shadows over there. So Merc says even Sigvard in his game dies after fighting Norm. Exactly. El Gusto says, is it possible for the profane flame to be linked to the chaos flame, or is the chaos flame? I don't know if it is the chaos flame. It seems to have been born out of the like hand demons that we'll find in the capital later on. But I do think it is related to chaos and all of that kind of stuff in general. Ow. Baited. I don't remember if my binoculars out. I should have figured. So I think this is my last file that I'm on right now. And go in. We're not going to do that quite yet. That's from below. Oh, that's cool. That looks like a reused asset from Bloodborne almost. Maybe modified a little bit to like kind of fit with like the almost like fox or shrew like textures on the inside. Haven't noticed that one before. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of them. Probably about to get ganked. Arbalest. Alright, let me look at the chat and then we'll read the Arbalest. So, Ramus says, New Londo, Shrine of Amana, and even Farron Keep's upper places seem to have a pure water separating it from the deeper swamp. Occult says the deep having dark miracles is strange. Miracles are the tales of gods. So a dark miracle is what? A tale of false gods? Dark gods? Well, in the previous streams we've mentioned, like, faith has the power to kind of shape reality to a certain extent in Dark Souls. So, I would say, like, dark faith or dark miracles are probably those more related to humanity or things corrupted by the dark. So it doesn't necessarily have to be related to gods. It's just more like belief in general, I think. Oh, I missed a $5? Okay, no, it just came in. So just in time, thank you for the $5 donation. You said Patches is a Patches even in an onion suit. Yeah, we'll see him fairly shortly here. So yeah, once again, thank you for the $5. And nice to see you again. So Flashy says the upcoming part was the bane of your first ever playthrough. Yeah, I totally believe that. El Degusto says we need more on the Deep's connection with the Abyss. The Abyss is like an embodiment of the Age of Dark, while the Deep may be a buildup of karmic debt since it's the leftovers of humanity. So that does tie into like the whole stagnation video that I want to get into, and tying it into Bloodborne and Dark Souls. And so let me read the Arbalest, and then I might monologue a bit about that as we like walk around a bit. So this is the largest crossbow and suitably powerful for its size. The bowstring is made of metal, requiring great strength to fire. Yeah, that's not too critical information, but okay. So going back into the idea of like the Deep and the Abyss. So my personal interpretation about the Abyss right now would be that like it's probably analogous to the original Age of Ancients. And so, we got the Pale Tongue, so that should allow us to do the one NPC quest. I hear it moving around. I don't think you can hit it. Okay. So yeah, with the Age of the Deep being analogous... Sorry, let me rephrase that. So I do think that the Abyss itself originally can be analogous to the Age of the Ancients. And what I mean by that is, I think before the fire came, everything was the Abyss. And once disparity was brought into the world, it projected both light and fire onto the world, obviously. But because of that, what normally would have been a tranquil thing with the Abyss, oof. I don't want to deal with two enemies, just one. I know you can kite these things off really easily. That's not what I wanted. I think with the Age of the... with the Coming of Fire, it projected light and darkness onto the world. And so light only has a kind of certain amount of distance that it can travel. So I think if like the Abyss was to be compared to like a bowl of water or like a basin of water, I would say that fire coming into the world filled that bowl with both water and air. And so to me, let's just say like that fire is air and dark is water. I would say that the Abyss is like the bowl itself that contains both. But because of the nature of fire and light... Oh, damn it. That extra roll by accident. Well, maybe I'll be able to speak a bit more clearly now that I'm not so distracted. So yeah, I think that the Abyss is like the vessel that holds like the entire world, And with fire there, it's projected dark onto the abyss and caused the abyss itself to become dark in like the Dark Souls games. But I don't think that the abyss itself is necessarily dark, which ties into what one of the Locust Preacher says. Yeah. And so I think with the deep, once dark has been existing for so long, and with the cycle being pushed and reused over and over again and enforced onto the world, it's caused the dark itself to begin to stagnate. And what used to be a deep and tranquil place before, like, the linking of the flame went on forever and ever, it started to get more impurities built up within it as they eventually sank to the bottom of all the darkness in this kind of metaphor, which is what made the deep become more of a thing and why more grotesque abominations end up spawning from it. So sorry I've not looked at chat for so long to just kind of like very, very poorly just kind of get that idea out there. But I also do think that has a lot of ties into like Bloodborne as well, especially with their idea of vermin and like in the research hall, and that like going deep below the water and like stagnation allowing certain things to develop within people once like the impurities settle to the bottom. That I will be able to explain that a bit more in like a longer depth video. I just, kind of need the footage for Dark Souls 3 and to like gather all my thoughts about that. But as we go back up towards the elevator, I'll take a moment to try to catch up with chat really quickly. And hopefully what I said did make some semblance of sense, despite the kind of rambly nature of it. So, Colt says the Deacon's philosophies failed miserably. Kasky says, you guys remember the Ash Lake? The lake was deep blue and utterly dark. McDonald thought of human dregs as the bedrock of the world and are said to sink to the lowest places of the world. Thoughts on the Cathedral Knights also appearing in Osiris's garden? Ooh, that's a good question. I don't have any thoughts about that yet. We'll probably have to look at those as we get to them. Okay. So Colt says Osiris was was the king of Lothric at one time, if you remember correctly. Cathedral Knights there are blue, suggesting they might have been his elite personal guards. And then Tanner says, a lot of the more speculative lore that you've read gives a lot of agency to the forces of the world. Long ago you read speculation that the dark has a will and desired its own age and created disparity. I think there's a certain aspect of the dark that is related to willpower and longing and yearning, but I also think it's a yearning for life, and I believe that's a bit more explicit with pursuers or affinity. I think there's a third name that they ended up calling it, or maybe it's just those two, but it is a bit more explicit in that sorcery. That like the dark wants life, and so like all the things in the dark are seeking life. Yeah. And that's kind of a portion of like how it gets related to the abyss. And when we do go into Ulasil and find like the chasm of the abyss, you've got like the gigantic humanity sprites that kind of like float towards the player, for lack of a better description. Kasky says, so Tanner says, as a means to an end, very speculative, no evidence. I do like that kind of idea, though. I mean, I really like that people can come up with such varied ideas, and it is always fun to entertain them, even if we end up disagreeing with them personally. The Kasky says, yes, fire is born, also dark. Two sides of the same coin, yeah. Holy shit. Flashy, thank you for the £5 again. You said, yours is the first Dark Souls stream you've ever watched. Learning all this lore is like playing the game again without playing it. Yeah, thank you. I'm glad that you're enjoying learning about the lore. I'm also learning about the lore. I do have a lot to thank from chat and everybody's contributions for my knowledge of the lore, because it's far from perfect for Dark Souls especially. I do feel more comfortable with Bloodborne, so I do thank everybody for being understanding and patient and going through this with me and having fun and interacting during it. So, El Degusta says, Tanner, the problem with that is that the dark was born of disparity. Yeah, but that doesn't mean it doesn't necessarily have its own will. But I mean, there's also nothing really saying that for sure that it does. or that it does really have agency beyond that. Brisson says to Justin, as you did with the chosen undead, grant us a boot to the ass down a cliff. El Gusto says, remember that even Nito had his own miracles, and while he was a god of sorts, he didn't seem to number among their tribe. Yeah, that's an interesting point as well, that the his like Gravelord sorceries were miracles. Holt says to Kasky that your hypothesis on Ash Lake and Dreg seem to have a ring of truth to it for him. Ramus says that miracles are said to be tails, so dark miracles are tails still, but for another type of faith. Yeah, that's kind of how I look at it. Tanner says to El Gusto, correct, that the theory seemed to posit that the abyssal darkness already existed in some form. And Colt says it reminds you of Kingdom Hearts. The greater your light, the greater the shadow you cast. And yes, that is also somewhat explicit with King Vendrick's dialogue in Dark Souls 2, where he says, like, the brighter the flame, the darker the shadow. Something like that. So I do think that idea does play into it here. And I guess there is the giant bell here. Maybe this is supposed to be related to one of the bell towers in Dark Souls 1. Because presumably we would be near one of them. If like this, like the Cathedral of the Deep is near Ulusiel. Down below, I guess it's more that way. Yeah, I don't think this would be the exact same one where we would go like fight the gargoyles, because area doesn't quite line up, but I mean that's just kind of how Dark Souls 3 runs anyway. That nothing really lines up. Guess I can drop down there. I think we don't need to. I mean, I know we don't need to, I'm just using. No more thrall this time? Okay. So El Gusto says, interesting, you never considered the Abyss as anything but dark. Yeah, and that's just kind of my personal belief on it. I don't know like how accurate that is, but that's just kind of what resonated with me based on like kind of what I know about like duality and Buddhism. And I mean that's kind of a stretch to like present it that way. So like one of the things about Buddhism is it's often called like the middle path. And so one of the parts of it comes with like rejecting duality, and one of the things that's super prevalent in Dark Souls is like duality. And so when you compare like a lot of the more Eastern philosophy that's already present within the game to like actual Eastern philosophy, it kind of brings up some interesting parallels. So that's just kind of what resonated with me. I know I'm kind of repeating myself, so I apologize. Not sure I want to deal with this guy again, but I do. So yeah, just going with like what that Locust preacher said to me about the Abyss not producing a creature of dark, and like some of the other stuff that was like more reminiscent of like what happens to Irina, whatever. About like the creatures that nibbled at her weren't produced by the Abyss either, or I think that's exactly the same thing really. It just makes it seem as though like the Abyss is kind of welcoming because it's the true nature of the world. As the flame dies, the Abyss runs amok, but that's probably because it's the Abyss that's tinged with darkness as opposed to anything actually produced from the Abyss itself. And so as this kind of age of convergence kind of comes to an end, we do get some more of like the dragons reappearing as a product of humans and flame, and then we go back to the idea of like humans being related to trees or arc trees or dragons and all of that. It just kind of seems to me like the Abyss is probably at the root of everything, and so it's understandable why like Gwyn or the gods would fear it. But because they oppose it, it's caused stagnation in this world, and that's kind of how I reconcile the idea of that with what's it called? That's how I reconcile the idea of the deep in this context of the Abyss and being related to the Abyss. yeah, hopefully that makes a bit of sense, even if like people don't necessarily agree with it. It's fine if they don't want to. But that's just how I look at it. So Justin says the Abyss originated from Manus. No. Yes and no. Like, I think the Abyss existed before Manus. He's called the Father of the Abyss in English, which, I mean, is perfectly fine. The Japanese is a bit ambiguous. It could be read as, you know, the Lord of the Abyss, or like the Host of the Abyss, kind of as though, like, it uses the same kanji that's used for, like, calling Mikolash the Host of the Nightmare. So, there is a certain amount of ambiguity to it. I do 100% think that the Abyss existed before him to a certain extent, but by the same token, I do feel that he is a kind of instantiation of darkness. But that stuff might become a bit more clear as we look at more items related to the Deep, the Dark, and the Abyss in general, and as well as like the Ring City. Yeah. So Nightingale says the locusts are referred to as liars, if you remember correctly. Are you talking about internally or something in-game? And if it is an in-game reference, I'd be interested to know what person or faction said it. Because, I mean, certainly there is like a lot of ambiguity in these games about who is a reliable character that you can trust. I mean, I wouldn't say like trust the locusts completely. However, as I said for myself, like what the locust did have to say resonated with how I kind of was interacting with the games at the times. So, like, the locust dialogue, I think probably caught like a lot of people off guard, but it just kind of seemed natural and flowed with how I was already looking at Dark Souls. Not that I like knew a great deal, but just like, I don't know, it just kind of seemed to make sense to me to a certain extent. I thought there was a ladder somewhere over here. Or do I need to actually drop down? Oh, okay, yeah. I thought I missed for a second. Ooh, I was actually low on health and almost died. Which would have gone back into the whole montage of me dying to gravity all over again. So this is leading us towards like Rosaria's chamber. So we got these man grubs that can cast like sorceries. So their whole thing is kind of about like rebirth, I guess. And so they might have tried to rebirth themselves too much, which is why they're man grubs, I guess. I really don't know too much about like Rosaria and her faction. Like I don't think there's like a lot of information about it. So we pull this, and I guess I should have shown this off much earlier. Well, I guess it's pretty clear. So this raises a gate, allows us to go further. I don't want to get kicked in the ass quite yet, so I'll probably just run forward and unlock some of the things further on. Oh, we didn't even hear Siegfried yet, so we should go back to the cleansing chapel to see what his deal is. I don't exactly remember how to trigger both Patches or Siegward over here. So this is like the first closed door that we like ran to way earlier. I will stop for now and catch up with chat. Contraption does not move. Oh, so is this too far ahead? Okay. That's a quick little shortcut, I guess. Let's go back. So, El Gusto says, you wonder if why humanity is immortal is because humanity is meant to be an in-between stage, like how pilgrims evolve and the pus of man mutates and hollows turn into trees. Ex-humans can die. People seem to believe Nito's death soul was a light soul, but you believe it was closer to the dark soul. But Gwyn didn't fear it because it was aligned with his goals. Yeah, I don't really know how to reconcile like Nito's involvement with Gwyn, especially like after the dragons and all that. It's kind of weird. El Gusto says, demons are mutability and death beings are ultimate finality. Holt says, you really want to tag along as my personal healer / report support buddy? Thank you, I appreciate that. and personal corp / architecture inspector. Yeah, so it's kind of a fun and a little bit difficult to kind of like balance all the threads of thought going through each area and all that stuff. But I appreciate the moral support. Flashy says, this might be a stretch, but another link between the abyss and the deep is that a common usage of the word abyss refers to the deepest part of the sea. Yeah, and that's another good point to bring up as well. And that's true even in Japanese. So that's kind of a cross-cultural linguistic oddity that fascinates me. I guess oddity might not be the right word, but I'm failing to articulate my thought. Let me get a little bit of water here. El De Gusto says, yeah, abyss always links to the sea. That is why you consider the deep maybe a face of potential abyss, but folks seem to hammer that they aren't the same exactly. I think that's true. I mean, they aren't the same, but I think you can't deny that they're related for sure. Justin Time says that humanity swarm firekeepers. The Brass Knight talks about being covered in it. Which is the Brass Knight? Are you talking about the one in Dark Souls 1? The Dark Moon Knight? El De Gusto says, you trust Frampt, he's such a reliable bloke. Oof. That's a hot take for sure. Ramus says the Locust seems to have weirdly ulterior motives too. I mean, that's just kind of a trope that Miyazaki especially likes to seem to throw in. Like, he likes to make reliable characters seem really seedy and untrustworthy. I think like the quintessential example of that would be like the Chapel Dweller in Bloodborne. But by the same token, like, some shady people can just be straight up shady people, like the Suspicious Beggar. So yeah, it's always really interesting to see like how much you can choose to trust a character in one of these games. And even like Alfred, for as friendly and reliable as he is, he has some hella ulterior motives, and it can really catch people off guard. And especially using Solaire's voice actor, that's just kind of doing the player dirty. Brisson says, it could be that the white preacher had saying, the white-faced locusts were meant to beckon man to the dark with sermons, but most of them are unable to think past their own stomachs. Okay, so yeah, that's a fair point, and as we do go through like the DLC, there are certainly a number of locusts who aren't quite as sapient and are more focused on just like their more primitive instincts. I can't think of the term that I wanted to use. Biological instincts maybe. So yeah. Kasky says, you think that the Dark Soul has the power of creating an abyss? For instance, in the Ring City, it's said that the pilgrims there hold fragments of the Dark Soul. Yeah, and I do think like the abyss and the darkness seeps out of it. It's kind of weird how that works in this game. So the cult says, are we sure that abyss and the deep aren't Japanese to English translation errors, much like the Shinpi, arcane to eldritch, and a plethora of other terms in Bloodborne? So as far as I know, yes. I have looked at the deep, and it's literally just like Fukai, which is kind of interesting because it literally does mean deep. So that's kind of one of the weird things of looking at it at times. Like in English and in Japanese, you're like, is that really what they're trying to say? Like, this just kind of sounds weird. Like, humanity is one of the ones that gets brought up often. Like, does it really say humanity in Japanese? And like, my answer is like mostly yes. Just like the whole caveat that it's more like human nature quality as opposed to just like straight up humanity, because that has a bit different connotations in English, I think. But yeah. But as far as I know, like, yeah, it's pretty close in overall meaning, but trying to derive or like to figure out that meaning can be tough, and not just from like a linguistic perspective, but more like actual like reading comprehension and interpretive skills. So Brisson says the Mangrub staff shoots Saint Bident projectiles. So yeah, that's pretty cool that there is like that covenant connection between their projectiles and like who they're attached to. Merc says Rosaria to you seems like a weird Guinevere reference with a PvP covenant. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of that vibe going on. What do you think the Mad Grubs would turn into, you wonder? I think at this point, like when you turn into a Man Grub, you've kind of screwed up with your reincarnation. Like that's the end result of things going bad. I think that it can even happen to the player if you use Rosaria too much. I might be misremembering that exactly, but that's my initial vague memory of what can happen. I'm going to go back to the bonfire, I guess, just because I can. And go see Sigurd, hopefully. And if not, maybe deal with the our friendly Onion Knight from elsewhere. Maybe we have to talk to Patches first, because that would kind of make sense. Also not, I don't know. It's not it? Okay, here we go. I'm not worried about that. The frame rate. Okay. So, Resan says, you think I'll have to save and reload after talking to Sigurd. Okay. Flashy says, that seems to be correct. You believe Hazel becomes a grub after becoming reborn too often. Oh yeah, and I think I was also supposed to have Hazel invade us over on the other side of the barren swamp. No, I guess I do need to get kicked out first. Which way do I want to go for it, though? Probably back this way. And then I'll just run past things. Oh, let's just go level up, because I know you guys have chatted a bit more as well. A lot to talk about today. Definitely fun discussion, for sure. The Deep is like one of my favorite themes of Dark Souls 3, so I understand why people get frustrated with it, but I like it just because of like this kind of topic being able to be talked about. So, Ramus says, Rosaria ideal is... Okay, I read that. Colt says, man grubs are those which have used the Rosaria's blessings too much, right? You thought that's why you can't respect more than 5 times. Yes, exactly. And then Justin says, if you kill Hazel too much, she herself turns into a man grub. Right, so that's where I was getting that idea from.
Welcome home, husband. Very well, then taken.
Oh yeah, equipment load, fatality. Probably don't even need to do this now. Always want more and more damage. Okay.
Farewell.
How many more do I need? Okay, like 1,000. Not even. Okay, perfect.
Welcome, husband. Very then take.
Now we can wield that mace that we have no intention to wield.
Farewell.
What's the soft cap in this game? Is it 40 again? Forget. So, Vagos, welcome to the stream. What is my experience with Dark Souls lore? I've played through Dark Souls 1, I've platinumed it, I've played through Dark Souls 3. I just need to get like the Covenant items to platinum it. I would say that I have a familiar. Oh wow, really? Can't believe I did that. I would say that I have a familiarity with a lot of the major themes, but my knowledge of like the specifics is a bit lacking for the Dark Souls series. But my knowledge about Bloodborne is more encyclopedic, and there's a lot of shared themes between many of the FromSoft games. So overall, I feel like I'm in an okay spot, but I definitely have a lot more to learn still. Tanner says, to Kasky, you'd be interested in that theory. You wonder if any items related to Rosaria can help corroborate. El Gusto says, you think dark represents uncertainty, so it's tied to things changing, and light was tied to certainty, and Gwen wanted to anchor the fate of the world. That's a really cool take on that. Yeah, I like that. Has the spiky guy invaded yet? No. I forget about invasions while I do these lore throughs, and I don't remember exactly when they happen either, sometimes. So let's like fall off a cliff and make this ember pointless. Why do I keep forgetting to step on this? I thought I did step on it again. I guess I didn't. I mean, obviously I didn't. So, Kasky says, well, it is stated that Guinevere gave birth to heavenly children. There was a heavenly child on top of a grand archive, and Rosaria's soul can be transposed into one of Guinevere's miracles. So that her heavenly children might be related to Henri, actually, or noble children. So there is a bit more to consider with that in the Japanese. So I think it was Henri's straight sword that talks about like noble children and being related to Guinevere. It wasn't exactly direct, but I think that's what was implied from what I remember. Because I know Yoshimitsu, he's looked at a decent amount of the Japanese stuff. He does bilingual lore videos for both the Japanese and English sides of Dark Souls lore. His channel is extremely small, but it's worth a look. I've heard some like different things about his like personal interpretations of what he's found. As far as I could tell, his Japanese is on point. His Japanese is definitely better than mine. He's way more fluent than I am. But as far as like his actual like lore interpretations is kind of what people might have more disagreements with. But he was the first one that I saw mention like the possibility of Henri being related more to what's it called? To Guinevere as one of like the noble children. So, oh, holy shit, we got the Flamberge! It took me like 6 hours of farming once to try to get that. Because it was the last item I think I needed. Oh, I should have just backstabbed him. Do I take damage from hitting him? Oh. Sweet. Yeah, that was fun. So I'll probably get invaded by actual humans at some point. Okay, so sweet, that was that. And so his drops are guaranteed on the first go. Oof. Man, I kind of want to equip it just because how long I had to farm for it the one time. What was the sword that he just gave me? Okay, the barbed straight sword. Okay. Alright, I'll catch up with chat a bit and then I'll read these. Ooh, there's a lot to catch up on. So Justin says, Dark Souls 1, the Brass Knight is in Anne Orlando. Okay, yeah. I forget, like, that people just call her the Brass Knight. That's who I thought it was. Her soul talks about how humanity swarms her bosom. That's what you think when Irina talks about with the nibbling. Yeah, so I do think that is a cross-game theme as well. But just with the Locust saying that the Dark itself doesn't produce such a creature, or the Abyss itself doesn't produce such a creature, leads me to believe it's more of a thing of darkness, and so that the Abyss should be considered like separate from Dark, even though they're very often equated. Of course, I think like during the Age of Fire, there really is no meaningful distinction between the Abyss and the Dark, but the way that I look at it would be like the Age of Ancients is probably closer to the natural state of the Abyss, and that the flame imposes dark upon the Abyss to make it dark and all that nasty stuff. So, the soul of the Dark Moon Nightess, Firekeeper of Anne Orlando. A Firekeeper's soul is a draw for humanity, and held within their bosoms below just a thin layer of skin are swarms of humanity that writhe and squirm. Her brass armor serves to disguise this ghastly form. Yeah. So, the term used for, like, the draw for humanity is, like, Yorishiro, and that's, like, a kind of a Shinto term that means, like, it's a medium that, like, spirits and things like that get attracted to. So, there's a little bit of a cultural, religious connotation in the Japanese that's a little bit hard to get across in English. I think, like, overall, the message is still there, but there's just a little bit more spiritual stuff associated with it in Japanese. So, El Gusto says, one thing that confuses you is you kill NPCs and they are gone, but they are immortal, so you are just supposed to assume that after you kill them, they are just lost in the sea of faceless hollows. So there is always the idea that, like, when you kill a hollow, they lose their souls, and that can cause them to actually become, like, full-on hollow, and they, like, lose their will to continue. So, aside from that, you know, there's, like, the more meta perspective of, like, if you're an invader and you actually go into another player's world, if you kill them in such a, like, a fashion that they rage quit and never play the game again, like you've essentially like driven that person hollow, you know. So I do like that kind of like meta what's the word, ramifications of our actions of like actual invading other players and stuff. Holt says to Tanner that Rosaria being imprisoned when we arrive, aren't the bars guarding her door broken outward, not inward? If she were a prisoner, it seems strange that she would stay willingly. Yeah, her stuff is a bit of a lore black hole, unfortunately. So Dancer is also descendant from Gwyn, or like Guinevere, one of them, so yeah. Tanner says she seems to have a fondness for Groves. Maybe she no longer wants to leave. Bearer of the curse. So Brisson says, you're seriously having amazing drops for a character with 11 luck. Yeah, tell me about it. I was not expecting to see a Flamberge on this playthrough. Like I said, it literally took me like 6 hours of grinding, if not even that long, or if not even that many. I'm saying that wrong. 6 hours or more of just straight up trying to grind Thralls to get the Flamberge. So I can't believe it dropped when I wasn't even trying to farm for it. So, yeah. So this is the sword of Longfinger Kirk, the infamous Knight of Thorns. This sword's blade is lined with countless deadly thorns. The thorns of this ominous weapon induce heavy bleeding. So, pretty cool stuff. He's kind of a reference to one of the invaders that appeared in like Dark Souls 1. I think... No, it was not called Kirk. But he would invade you over by like Lost Izalith. He would show up multiple times, so it was really a pain in the butt to actually get a set because it wasn't a guaranteed drop, if I remember correctly. So the Flamberge, it's a great sword with an undulating blade. The blade resembling flame was crafted to mutilate flesh and induce bleeding. I do kind of want to equip this, like no lie. Really cool. I don't even know what its set is. Move. Oh, it's faster. Ooh, I like that actually. It's interesting, for sure. Let's go back to our 6-foot sword. Oh, it's a heavy greatsword. Oh yeah, because I imbued it. So... Kasky's theory is that Gertrude, the Heavenly Daughter, Rosaria, Lothric, and Lauren are all descendants of Guinevere. It's possible. I don't really know what I want to make of all that. But yeah, especially with like the stuff with Gertrude, it is like implied a lot more heavily. I don't remember if that giant just stays docile, or if you actually have to piss it off. No, I'd assume it's probably just going to get hostile for no reason because it's a FromSoft game. So one of the annoying parts of coming over here is also you can get ganked by the little grubs while dealing with this dragon. Or why do I keep saying dragon? This giant. Oh, we get the Drang shoes. So that's like the Dark Souls 2 reference. Looks like it just smacked the crap out of a grub. Or maybe the grub just fell. Actually stepped on me. Alright, so that's that for now. Maybe I should just equip the damn bombs. Is that an insta-kill? Seems so. Okay, yeah, that was smart. That was not so smart. Maybe it's because we're on the poop. No. The thrilling combat everybody's been waiting for. So, large Titanite shard. It's what we need. Some more dragon set. Armor. Another pale tongue. Oh, I never read one of those. Okay. The large soul of an unknown warrior. The Drang hammers. And, okay, that's pretty much it for here. I'm not going to worry about that little pus dude. Watch it actually be covering an item. Now I've got to go, even though I'm confident there isn't. Okay, nothing. So yeah, this sludge stuff is probably a byproduct of the giant over there, as well as in the other area. So they might have just been literally pooping everywhere. You get it? It's like a frog. Oh, that extinguishes my torch, really? It's cool. Interesting. So yeah, aside from like all the poop, it seems like there's a bunch of corpses, and I mean this is kind of like related to the deep, stacking things up, letting the impurities flow down to the bottom, creating more sludge and nastiness. Yeah. The giants don't respawn, so that was it. So let's go check at chat. Severely underrated weapon. Are you talking about the flamberge or the thorn sword? The flamberge's weapon art has the ultra great sword multiplier, FYI. It's your weapon of choice because you don't like the look of the great swords with sheaths. The flamberge weapon art R2 deals massive damage. Flamberge has a bugged weapon art because of B team. I might equip it then, honestly. I just need to upgrade it and actually build some decks. But you know, certainly was not counting on a flamberge drop without farming. But also, I did want to give like the gut sword a try, just because, you know, it's a cool meme weapon, but never did it before. He's the same guy. Kirk was also... Oh, so it was the same dude? He was a Chaos Invader. He was Kirk then as well. Kirk has been simping since the age of the gods, damn. Where does Yorshka fit into the Gwyn family tree? Oof. So this will also tie into like potential ideas that Priscilla could have been related to Gwyn's concubine. But my general thought is Priscilla might have had Gwendolyn with Gwyn, but I don't necessarily think that Priscilla could have had the same father, but I think it's possible that she may have been the mother to Yorshka if both Gwendolyn and Yorshka are actually meant to be siblings. Oh, okay, so it's already down here. It just looked dark on my screen, I guess. That's kind of my headcanon about like the whole Yorshka Gwendolyn thing, is that Gwyn plus Priscilla equals Gwendolyn, Priscilla plus somebody equals Yorshka. So that could explain how Gwendolyn is both the older brother of Yorshka, yet her not being a child of Gwyn, as revealed by other items, because Gwendolyn is called his youngest. Or maybe it's just youngest son. I don't remember. Have I screwed up in getting patches to show up, or this doesn't add up? Weird. So was there something I needed to do with Sigurd other than the undead settlement? I'm drawing a blank. I shouldn't get kicked now. Patches is not here. I'm so confused. Was he somewhere else? On the other side? No. So, Kasky says, you think that Yorshka is some sort of experiment conducted by Osiris, like a failed attempt to make Ocelot. She's a mix of a god and a dragon. That's another possibility for sure. So, Colt says, Seath plus Guinevere equals Priscilla, and Yorshka is a descendant of Priscilla. Yeah, that's what I said. I don't know how, like, the chat time worked on that, especially with me, like, looking away so often. So, Gwyn fooled around with dragons. I think he might have had, like, Seath try to, like, mess with maidens to, like, either create like a perfect firekeeper or somebody that he could use to keep the flame going. That's my current thoughts on it. But yeah, I do definitely think that there probably was like the whole component of experiments to deal with. Like we've got the Pisakas. We do know that Seath was kidnapping a bunch of maidens to try to get things working properly, I guess, and all that. Weird. I'm not trying to deal with the boss yet, so yeah, I'm not sure how to proceed, but it is been over 4 hours and 15 minutes. I might just go back to the bonfire and catch up on chat for now, and then probably end it, look at the stuff to deal with like Patches' questline, some of the other questlines before the next stream, to be a bit better prepared for it. And then tomorrow come in fresh, starting off strong with the Deacons of the Deep. Well, I mean, I guess that isn't super strong start, but it's a little bit more action oriented than a normal, maybe. So El Degusto says we need Framp to clean up the poo, just feed it all to him. Flamberge is perfectly viable for a strength build, just get minimum dex requirement and infuse heavy. Yeah, that's what I would expect to do. I just need that dex requirement to be met. Well, I guess I don't if I two-hand it, but just need to level up a little bit more and we'll be golden. Oh, I forgot. There is a back way here. Thought so. Yeah. Probably don't even need to go back to the shrine. Let me just check. Probably just kill these dudes. That'll be enough for sure. Oh, of course, now he's doing it.
Hello? Anyone there? Anyone at all? Oh. I know that voice. Just how long has it been? It's me, Siegfried of Katerina. I'm loath to admit it, but I've been had. Someone's swiped my armor. Did you happen to see it anywhere? Oh, yes, I see. Not to worry. Great planning begets great fortune. An old tenant of the Knights of Katerina. And I am a master planner, I do say. Ha 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 ha.
So I wasn't really thinking about the stereo sound consequences of having that kind of cinematic camera pan, but yeah, we'll do with that for now, or for later, I suppose.
I'm in quite a pickle indeed. Maybe I can fashion a replacement from I've got to use my head and think. I'm in quite a pickle indeed. Maybe I fashion a replacement from
Okay, so that works out. Now patches might appear. I might need to reload, but that'll be fine. It's perfect, like what we're gonna do anyway. So maybe we'll start off with patches next time. I will catch up with the chat. I was reading a bit as Sigurd was talking. So yeah, we do know that he gets duped by patches. Perfectly in line with his character. So Justin says you can purchase patches stuff from Firelink if he doesn't spawn in the Cathedral. Okay. I just want the footage of like him kicking the shit out of us, I guess. So Justin says Yorshka considers Gwyn her father, Guinevere her sister, and Gwendolyn her brother. Priscilla is Guinevere and Seath's love child. That's more of a circle than a tree if Yorshka is Priscilla's offspring. So there is a bit of contention with like a lot of those possibilities that I've presented, which is fine for people to disagree with. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, with the Gwyn thing and the father thing. Part of the issue is we don't exactly know if that's supposed to be more of like a religious context or if she actually means it in like a biological context. It's unclear in both Japanese and English, so I think there could be arguments to read it either way. So yeah, I don't really know what to make of it fully myself, but that's just kind of what makes sense to me, that if Gwendolyn has all these other ties to Seath and Priscilla, especially when we see it with like the Aldrich Soul later on, it'll kind of cement some of that stuff. And as we do go through Irithyll and talk to Yorshka, that stuff might make a bit more sense than just kind of like talking about it out of the blue. So Nightingale says, you see Seath mess with maidens of the Pisakas. You saw a theory that their grab attack pierces your stomach, almost as an attempt to impregnate. Interesting to consider. Okay. Incest is not out of the question, especially for royals. If only we could peer into the well and see those onions. Vagamensch, welcome back to the stream. You said the Cathedral, the Deep is one, if not your favorite places in the game. It feels so deep on a lore type level, no pun intended. Yeah, I don't really know how I feel about the Cathedral itself. I definitely think it's a cool area. I wish there was more deepy type stuff going into it, or like more of like an abyssal connection like you'd see with like Ulasil. But I do like a lot of the implications of its lore overall. So, Cathedral of the Deep. Okay, I read that. But Gwyn, who not only set himself alight, but also cast Priscilla into the painting as a child. And so, yeah, Priscilla might have been sent there just to either, one, escape Gwyn, or just to be safeguarded by him. It's weird because she is called the antithesis of all life. So she could have been sent there as protection from Gwyn, maybe after they found out a bit more of her true nature. It's really weird how his ties to Seath and Priscilla and Nito really coincide, and yeah, how that all really fits together. Colt says, you always wondered how giving him extremely heavy armor helps him climb. That just kind of goes his forgetful nature, I guess. He forgets that he's wearing heavy armor, so it's light to him. Yeah, and Risan says she thinks he's just embarrassed to leave the well naked. I agree. And Flashy says you think both bridges need to have been raised, and if they haven't before patches appears, but you may be wrong. I'm pretty sure he'll just spawn in now, but we'll see. El Degusta says, see, Seath is everything as the everlasting dragons aren't. So they have immortality, he is mortal. They have no want, he is obsessed. They have no sex, and he is both sexes. I don't know about him being both sexes, but I think that's a cool parallel to bring up. Vagamensch says, there is a good video that links Shinto with the Cathedral of the Deep and Aldrich along with some other things in the Japanese culture. Thanks. So I wonder if that's maybe a Channel Yoshimitsu video. But yeah, I don't know. Nightingale says there's also the assumption that Seath is aware of the everlasting dragon in Ash Lake, mostly because you see the man-eater clams there. It's not just the man-eater clam, it's also the Hydra. And so the Hydra is like related to the Pisakas and all that. So maybe. It does seem like they were attempting to either recreate dragons or, I mean, that just kind of goes in with his attempt to become like an everlasting dragon again. So Seath was a confidant of Gwyn and they think they became more. I don't know if Seath himself would have gone with Gwyn, just because like his Lord Soul description says that he was a relation to like the concubine of Gwyn in Japanese. But yeah, that's a bit it's a bit hard to kind of digest, I think. Justin says, from what you remember, if you go to Rosaria's room before getting duped, you'll go straight to Firelink instead. Yes, Valgament, you may link it. I don't know if YouTube like auto purges links though, but if not, I would suggest joining the Discord and dropping the link there. And so, as always, I want to thank everybody for stopping in today. This is the longest stream we've done so far. I definitely appreciate all the chat, but it is a bit taxing on myself as well. So I don't intend to go this long quite so often if I can avoid it, but there's a lot to do with the Cathedral still. And so it is unfortunate that I will cut that bit short, but for the sake of my sanity and time in my voice box, I'll probably conclude things for here. And once again, join the Discord if you haven't. It's a good group of people. And I'll see you all again, hopefully on the next stream. And have a good day.